И всем доброго вечера и приятного просмотра. С вами Tiazar, он же Максим Бривка. И мы с вами продолжаем прохождение игры Broken Sword The Shadow of Templars. Ну или говоря по-русски, сломанный меч, тень тамплиеров. Оригинал игры у нас датируется 1996 годом. Переиздание, в которое мы играем, Director's Cut, оно же расширенное издание, либо режиссерская версия. В дословном переводе режиссерский дубль. Мы... Да, оно 2009 года. Называется «Как красиво перебить самого себя», а точнее во время разговора подумать о том, что надо же себя еще поймать, чтобы чатик был перед глазами, на всякий случай. Так, отлично. Так, прыгаем в игру. Вот, кстати, интересно, если мы нажмем продолжение, у нас загрузит автоматически последний сейв или нет? Давайте проверим. Так, а мы сохранялись, когда у нас Джордж стоял к нам лицом. Ну, давайте сейчас можно это, кстати, момент проверить просто. Допустим, раз там загрузка. Вот, Save to 404, 27%. Вот можно попробовать его загрузить. А, нет, смотрите. То есть, получается, я так понимаю, при нажатии на кнопку продолжения у нас загрузился какой-то другой сейв. Как ни странно, хотя более поздний был вот этот сейв. Я просто помню, что я как раз заканчивал стрим, а давайте теперь, пока Джордж смотрит, так сказать, в камеру, на этом мы с вами будем завершать. Ну ладно. Ну, значит, тогда теперь будем выбирать пункт не продолжить, а загрузить именно вот тот сейв, который нам нужен. Но из этого у меня рождается подозрение, что в игре еще и автосейвы есть. И нам загружали до этого именно автосейв, который, возможно... Хотя как он мог быть более свежим, чем наш нынешний сейв? Ладно. Это все, как говорится, лирика. Давайте проходить в соседний номер. Напоминаю, что мы сюда пришли в этот отель Убе. Или Убю. Да, Убю. Отель Убю. Мы сюда пришли в поисках убийцы, в поисках клоуна. Теперь мы знаем, что это некто мистер Хан, который в отеле зарегистрировался под именем Мерлин. И вот его номер 22, но он закрыт. Вот мы знаем также от постояльцев отеля, что Хан Мерлин, он же клоун, отсутствует сейчас в своем номере. Поэтому мы будем пытаться проникнуть к нему через соседний 21 номер.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key.
Так, что у нас здесь? Шкаф.
It was a massive mahogany wardrobe.
Внутри есть что-нибудь?
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
Так. Кровать, телефон, столик туалетный, второй столик. Окно можно глянуть вот здесь еще.
A cabinet stood beside the bed. The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Опа. Так, сейчас мы проникнем в номер Мерлина. Фига, у него глаза выпучились. Не, ну хотя на таком карнизе оно и не удивительно. Так, здесь тумбочка опять же.
The cabinet had no drawers, just a single door. The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Угу. Подушка.
The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying. The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but, as I'd half expected, it was empty.
То есть, ну, теоретически мы можем предположить, что те бумаги, которые Хан положил в сейф отеля, это как раз и есть бумаги из кейса Плантара. Но это не точно. Так, здесь что-нибудь можно? Ну, дверь, она закрыта, мы и так это знаем.
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Так, что там такое?
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
И все, что ли? Подожди. Не, ну... Так, а что еще здесь? Мы же ничего не нашли, кроме портфеля. Пустого притом. По-любому же где-то что-то здесь еще должно быть. Так. Я думал, он просто вторую дверцу откроет. Не, он все время одну и ту же дверцу открывает. Ну-ка, погоди. Тут вроде как вторая зона появляется. Ну вот-то появляется прям... Подожди, как ее подловить-то?
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Так. Вот когда где-то здесь ввожу, у меня иногда рядом появляется второй синий кружочек, но что-то вот сейчас он не появляется. О, тихо-тихо-тихо-тихо-тихо.
The closet was a solid...
Да подожди. За кружок. Странно. Шкаф он что-то как-то не особо хочет залезать. Это вот что за второй кружок появляется?
It was Khan. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
Ага, прячемся в шкаф.
As Khan opened the wardrobe, I was sure I was dead. But he grabbed his pants quickly and didn't even see me. I didn't usually spy on men getting changed. But this guy was a killer, and I didn't want any surprises. He left his checkered pants on the bed.
Так, он смелый мужик, раз решил играть с чувствами этой леди. Она намерена отомстить. Едва не попался. Пока я обыскивал номер Хана, он неожиданно вернулся. Я засел в шкафу, сердце у меня стучало. Так и стучало. Удивляюсь, как он не услышал. Штаны.
I wondered if the guy was colorblind. I had that kind of feeling you only get from searching still warm pants. There was nothing in the pocket.
Вот здесь надо вот это вот.
A strip along the side seam of the pants had been unpicked, then sewn back up with strong thread and a special stitch.
Так, а у меня есть чем? А у меня нечем. Ну, вряд ли, хотя можно попробовать ключом, но это вряд ли
I
сработает.
couldn't do that.
Да.
I flipped the pants over. It looked like there could be something in this pocket. I found an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. But as I pulled it from the pocket, a strong thread came with it. The thread with a metal tag on the end.
Что мы там взяли?
The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words Club Alamut.
Клуб Аламут. Какой-то клуб Аламут. Новое место, да?
I tried not to think that the assassin's butt had just been in here. I found nothing in the pocket.
Вот там с той стороны еще зашитый карман.
I pulled on the metal tag and the thread came out of the pants. It was like pulling out a ripcord.
Так.
The pocket was empty. I turned the pants over again.
Ага.
I searched the pocket gingerly and found a pass card. It read Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Так.
It was the card I'd found in the hotel bedroom. It read Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Угу. Пропуск. Так, ну здесь больше ничего нету.
The pocket was empty. There was nothing in the pocket.
Так, ну вроде тут больше ничего нету. Он оставил брюки на кровати. В них был спичечный коробок с надписью «Клуб Аламут» и фальшивый пропуск электрика. Дальше.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Так, а здесь сбросить ничего нельзя? Либо я еще не все нашел, раз сбросить ничего нельзя. Нас же на выходе эти будут гориллы обыскивать. Хотя, подожди, может можно сбросить? Тут активной зоны нету. Нас на выходе будут обыскивать гангстера. А что еще можно найти?
There was nothing else in the pockets of the killer's pants.
Ну все, видишь, он говорит, в брюках больше ничего нету. Что же мне делать дальше там? Уж выходить отсюда. О, даже можно было выйти через основную дверь. А этот пропуск мы сейчас покажем этому клерку. Нет, да? Ну-ка поговори с ним еще.
What now, monsieur?
What do you make of this tool?
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it like a professional.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, you did, monsieur.
Would it make a difference if I told you the guy in the photo was a murderer?
We are accustomed to catering for celebrities, monsieur. Movie stars, politicians, royalty, sporting personalities, they all stay here.
Is this Merlin room 22?
I couldn't say. It's a bad likeness.
This photo was taken by one of Europe's most promising photojournalists.
Vraiment? What does he use? A pinhole camera?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that. A murderer? Are you sure?
Positive.
Так, ладно. Сейчас попробуем с мадам поговорить.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces.
Mm-hmm.
I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George!
Оба, оба.
Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What's the problem?
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Оказалось, что в сейфе был манускрипт. Так вот из-за чего убили Плантара. Только почему? А теперь мы пойдем этот манускриптик скинем.
It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had stolen from Plantar.
Отлично. Потому что иначе у нас его отберут. Так, вот появилась активная зона.
I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
Всё. Можно даже сохраниться.
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flap.
Nothing, Guido.
Okay, let him go.
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed. I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out.
По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi. Come in, George.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue, a name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir. I found this in the killer's room.
What is it, a credit card?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore. There was someone. A guy in my final year, but it didn't work out. Neither did my degree.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with my grandfather and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his scrolling. He put the lid back on his tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, but he hushed me to be silent. With his unshaven chin all scratchy in my ear, he told me his secret.
What did he say?
He said, I don't smoke, but she likes to think I do.
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever. I wish I was back in that cottage instead of this crummy apartment in this noisy city.
What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh, well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking? You're just not going to believe what I've found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantar?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping.
Так. Вот и прослеживаться начала линия тамплиеров. Так.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
Ну, насколько я помню, вот это все будут страны в подсказках.
A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Мгм.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either.
Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobino.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't the stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Kron Museum. I'll give you the address.
Мгм. Значит, отправляемся в музей, да?
Are you sure you've never heard of Thomas Merlin?
Positive.
Hey, Nico, shake hands with me.
No chance, Buster.
Так, ну тут уже как бы про эти предметы особо. Это будет по-любому еще раз посмотреть на свиток, так что
I have to go.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobino at the Kron Museum.
пойдем в музей. Показал манускрипт Ника. Думаю, он ее впечатлил, а как иначе? Она сразу поняла, что в деле замешаны рыцари-тамплиеры, средневековый орден, у которого было слишком мало коней или что-то вроде того. Но они припрятали где-то золотишко. Не, ну на самом деле да, когда орден основали, это имеет место быть. Джордж вроде пошутить решил, а изначально-то орден был бедным. Поэтому действительно, да, изначально приходилось порой и 2 рыцарям на одной лошади передвигаться, когда была необходимость в конном передвижении. Поэтому здесь это, как говорится, из разряда в каждой шутке есть доля шутки. На самом деле, да. Такой герб повествовал вначале о довольно бедственном положении ордена, который с годами стал весьма весомой организацией. Так. Музей Крун. Ну, в кафе нам и в полицейский участок незачем. Пойдемте сразу в музей. Так, это мы с какой стороны зашли сюда? Наверное, с этой, я так подозреваю. О. Охранник.
A metal rod attached to the wall was connected to the window.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill, and the fat falls on the open flames. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled, and it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
Угу. Ну ладно, понятно. Так, что здесь еще? Столб.
The totem pole looked distinctly out of place in the setting of the museum.
Смотри, окно мы пытались открыть, он на нас сразу среагировал. А когда мы один из экспонатов потрясли, что он чуть не упал, он никак на это не среагировал. Так, туда дальше можно пройти? Я хочу вначале осмотреться, а потом уже поговорить с этим сотрудником.
It was an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus with a beautifully painted effigy of its owner on the lid.
Опа.
Leave it alone. That closet is over 3,000 years old.
Я понял тебя.
Closet? It's a sarcophagus.
Ну, не разбирается он в тонкостях. Так, это что у нас такое?
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marne at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited.
Ага. Ну, уже какая-то новая информация. Париж, музей Крун. Тренога из рукописи хранится здесь, в Париже, в музее Крун. Согласно табличке, ее обнаружили в Лохмарне, в Ирландии. Так, а взять ее? Ну, понятно, что нельзя. Ой.
As I reached toward the display case, a shrill piping filled the air. I froze, then tried to get myself together and act nonchalantly.
No, monsieur. No, no.
Okay, okay.
Так, ладно. Давайте теперь с этим поговорим,
The
товарищ.
attendant had an air of self-importance and the kind of steely eyes that never seemed to blink. Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobineau?
Oh, no. Fancy you mistaking me for him. No. I am the deputy custodian.
But Lobineau does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
Так, ну поехали по порядку.
Do you recognize this ID pass? No.
Коротко и ясно.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Oh, no. I don't frequent places like that.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is absolutely disgusting, monsieur.
Do you recognize this red nose?
I don't think so.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. Is there any reason why I should?
I guess not. What does this tool mean to you?
That belongs in a museum.
Pardon?
It is a priceless historical artifact, if I am not mistaken.
No, it's a plain old tool for lifting drain covers. Would you like to shake my hand?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does?
Yeah. It doesn't mention John Dee at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Well, 19 letters of it. The bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied hard and did all my homework, I could be a professor of history?
At your age? Dream on.
Мне интересно, как тебя без образования, я смотрю, там, судя по погонам, то это не просто охранник, он принадлежит какой-то, возможно, даже государственной организации. Как тебя вообще без образования, чувак, взяли даже... То есть это не просто какой-то охранник из гипермаркета, где действительно, пожалуй, что могут взять даже без образования. Здесь добротная форма, знаки отличия. То есть, я говорю, это, скорее всего, какая-то государственная охранная организация. Как тебя, чувак, туда взяли без образования? Непонятно. Я не говорю сейчас даже о высшем образовании, но он же, видишь, говорит, что вообще не получил образование. Даже буквы все толком не знает.
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar. Though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park the... No. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar. Not like Monsieur Lobineau.
Can you give me any further information about the tripod?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century. The Houdini of his time.
Don't you mean alchemist? Escapologists use ropes, chains, and handcuffs, not tripods.
Well, whatever he was, that is the tripod he used in his experiments.
What kind of experiments did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry at school?
Yeah, but we skipped over thaumatology. Can I take a closer look at the tripod?
What? Get it out of the case? Ah, no! That tripod is protected by a sophisticated surveillance system.
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud alarm bell.
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is, well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Thanks for your help.
Так, здесь надо сохраниться, потому что я сейчас начинаю припоминать. Я уж не помню каким образом, но мы как-то в этот музей попадем ночью. И там будет... Ну, в общем, там желательно будет иметь сейф недалеко. Блин, сейчас надо, мне кажется, открыть окно, чтобы его отвлечь. Но треногу ж мы все равно не возьмем, потому что сигнализация будет срабатывать. Может быть, в саркофаг спрятаться, как бы не открыть окно, чтобы он не заметил. Так, смотри, он стоит сейчас возле окна. Ну-ка, давай, Джордж, быстро. А он же услышит все равно. О, не услышал. Сейчас он увидит, что окно открыто и пойдет к окну. Опа. Опа.
This is ridiculous. I could be here for hours.
Ну, Джордж, зачем ты вылез? Ну, до утра бы простоял. А что с этим? Может, столб этот можно все-таки свалить?
Watch out! You'll have that done on top of us!
Так, ладно. Угу. Ну, то есть, в принципе, это я не догадался, это я вспомнил, что это можно было так делать, чтобы отвлекаешь его открытым окном и залезаешь в саркофаг. Но, видимо, пока мне еще в саркофаг рано.
The case contained the tripod shown on the manuscript.
Hey, no! No, monsieur. No.
What's wrong?
You must not handle the exhibits.
I'm sorry.
Так, если выйти... Так, давай попробуем вернуться к Нико. По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
Hi. I've been to the Kroon Museum.
Did you speak to Lobineau?
No, he wasn't there. Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clan's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
Ладно.
I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It belonged to the Templars. It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marne.
I have heard of Loch Marne. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
A popular gossip magazine? You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
Professor Nigel Pegram, excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marne. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a 4th series of his popular television program. This site at Loch Marne must be awful important to him.
He's a professor of history. They're all cuckoo.
All the same, I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Pegram's dam is important, why don't you visit Loch Marne?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly?
Что, мы реально сейчас в Ирландию поедем?
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Смотри, аэропорт. Реально поедем в Ирландию? Европа. Лох Марн, Ирландия. Круто. Несколько часов спустя.
I passed the castle on the way into Loch Marne. The castle where Pegram's excavation was located.
Угу. Новая локация. Ирландия, Лохмарнский камень. Лохмарн — прекрасная деревушка, мы с Никой неплохо поработали. Древние рукописи тамплиера, тренога и средневекового манускрипта. Теперь мне нужен алмаз для комплекта. Для начала расспрошу местных жителей о Пиграме и его раскопках. Так, что у нас тут? Макдэвидс Фуд.
It was a trap door in the sidewalk. I tugged at the trap door, but it was locked from the inside.
Ага, она заперта изнутри, ладно. Пацан. Так, можно куда-то туда пройти.
The lad was doing his best to express his adolescent aggression. His effort was somewhat diminished by the fringe of milk on his lightly feathered upper lip. Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
Rosso's the name. Murder's my game.
Are you a detective?
Let's just say I'm here to find the truth.
Cool. Just like on the telly?
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I, see what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm off to Dublin, heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year.
Так.
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin or the Gruber Electronics Corporation?
No?
Do you recognize this matchbook, McGuire?
No, sir. I never seen it before in my life.
Give me your hand.
Get lost.
Oh, come on. I just want to show you a little trick.
No way, mister. I don't do tricks. Father Mahoney told me I'd burn in hell if I did.
I just want to shake your hand, that's all.
No way.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
Sure. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
It's a clown's nose. I was almost killed by the guy who wore it.
You should have told the cops.
I did. They weren't interested.
You should run tests on that, mister. You could identify the murderer with a sample of his snot.
Yuck. I don't think so. Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No, I never seed him.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Lifting drains.
Dead right. How did you know that?
Work experience course at school. That gives me a choice of going down the drains or up the chimney.
You're kidding.
Мгм.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Lochmarn, they all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. It's just like that film I saw. There's this clown, see? And he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub, the clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God. That doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No. Only, what do you want to know? Oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No,
What is it you're covering up? Is it something you're scared of?
I ain't scared of nothing.
По-моему, он про призраков говорит. Ну, или то явление, которое он принял за призрака.
I'll give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'm taking you back to school.
Oh, there's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Lochmarn.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worst. It was coming from inside the castle.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows that could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but me legs had lost their stuffing.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down. Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, 'cause he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure? Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Так, ну какую-то информацию мы получили. Так, здесь решетка, значит, заперта. Мы можем еще туда по тропинке куда-то пройти. Так, а в эту сторону мы не можем, да, дальше идти? Нет. Ну, подожди.
It was a featureless plastic box firmly attached to the wall of the building. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move.
Ну ладно, давайте зайдем в бар. Ух ты. Сколько здесь всего.
The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. I'd been taught not to judge people by their appearance or their clothes or the length of their hair. Nobody ever said anything about runny noses. Hi there, old-timer.
What?
Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. 'Tis the hay fever.
Pollinosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No. I'd know it if you were.
Take a look at this ID card.
I don't know anything about it.
What does this matchbook mean to you?
Nothing. Go away and stop bothering me.
Недружелюбный
Hey,
товар.
would you like to shake my... No, on second thought, forget it. You could make use of this tissue.
Never use them. Those things are unhygienic.
What does this red nose mean to you?
Nothing.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
I can't tell without me glasses.
Can you identify this tool?
No.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochbarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Then you're a fool.
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's no one around to stop me, is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast, long beak, straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know what I saw.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh!
Загадка неожиданно разрешилась, да?
Do you know Pegram, the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one. When my little lover feels it round her slender neck, she'll be mine. All mine.
Угу.
I'll see you later.
Так.
It was a beer-stained piece of toweling.
Подожди, сейчас, когда он будет чихать, мы попробуем у него стыбрить эту штуку. Он только что ложил ее на стол. Он еще положит ее на стол, нет? Или обязательно с ним надо поговорить?
It was a beer-stained piece of toweling.
Сперли полотенце. Правда, непонятно,
It
зачем
was a
оно нужно.
rectangle of toweling, printed with the words, Nagopolian stout builds body.
Угу. Чувак, это больше... Давай, чихни. Так, оба.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire. It was a short piece of wire, twisted into a rough
Ну,
circle.
пригодится, как говорится. Так, телефон. Так, пацан, давай начнем вот с музыканта.
He wasn't listening.
Угу.
The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. Hello there. My name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
What do you make of this piece of wire?
It looks ordinary enough to me.
What can you tell me about this ID pass?
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
Does this towel mean anything to you?
Sure, it's one of Leary's towels. Are you planning on stealing it?
Just borrowing it, if you must know.
Угу.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, no, you don't.
What do you make of this tissue?
I guess that muck on it is grease paint.
Какой ты умный.
Does this red nose suggest anything to you?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nope, I've never seen him before.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I'd say it was for lifting manhole covers.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back to the 10th century, you know. Most of the existing building was added much later, of course.
Are the ruins open to the public?
Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
Have you heard of the Phantom?
More than that. I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spectacle.
So it's not just a local legend. There really is a Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh no, I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera.
Угу.
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar?
I most certainly have. A remarkable institution. Did you know? They were the originators of our system of credit. Their financial empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Caspian Sea. With bases in so many countries, they had to establish new methods of fiscal transfer.
So, the Knights Templar were nothing but a bunch of bankers.
I don't get it. Are you saying these Templar guys invented bank charges?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose they did.
What a dirty trick. Didn't anyone try to stop them?
Oh yes, they were arrested and many were burnt at the stake.
Good. They bloody well deserved it if they were anything like my bank manager.
How can I get into the castle?
But those walls were built specifically to stop people getting in, Mr. Stobart. But I dare say you'll find a way, if you've the will.
Can you tell me about the tripod which was found at the castle?
Now there's a bone of contention and controversy. It was dug up by an Englishman of the archaeological persuasion.
Who was this Englishman?
Professor Pegram, the same man who dug up the gem.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
You're too late to meet that fella.
Is he dead?
Not that. But he's gone from the village. A sore point with our esteemed host, I might add.
Do you know where Pegram has gone?
I'm sorry, but I don't. He upped anchor in the dark and shipped out before the dark.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal.
Why has Pegram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticate. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you?
Oh no.
Thank the Lord for that.
Да.
Goodbye for now.
Так, теперь с этим поговорим.
There was a vacant look on his cow-like face that said quite clearly, "Nobody home." Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
Does this piece of wire mean anything to you?
Not me, mister.
Does this security pass mean anything to you?
Well, no.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
What do you think of this towel?
Now, there's a fine piece of cloth if ever I did see one. Such craft must surely come from linen cupboards of the Vatican itself.
May I shake your hand?
No, you can't.
Well, how come?
Because I'll spill me beer if you do.
Веская причина.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
No, boss.
What does this false nose mean to you?
No, you're a clown.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
What do you make of this tool?
It's for lifting manhole covers.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He does joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellows yourself?
That's right. Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist, and you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with the others?
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels and away they went.
Seems I missed all the excitement.
What excitement?
Do you know Professor Pegram?
Do I know him? Do I know the good professor himself? No, I don't. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't know him to talk to.
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
Here's the science of archaeology part. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons made with condoms, more likely.
Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I dug more holes than the rest of them put together?
Bye for now.
Так, остались бармен и вот этот парнишка, который ведет себя довольно нервно. Давайте сейф обновим. И сделаем стандартный 2-минутный перерыв на похлебнуть водички. После этого продолжим. Сегодня мы уже не только во Франции, но уже в Ирландию переместились. А там, глядишь, еще в какие-нибудь страны. Точнее, в каких-нибудь странах побываем. Но это все мы продолжим через пару минут. Продолжаем. Приключения и разговор.
The white whiskers on the bartender's flushed face were like garlands on a Christmas tree. The resemblance ended there. The top of his head was too slick and shiny to act as a perch for a Christmas angel. Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say, isn't it?
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could, if you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the undertaker comes to collect him.
Does this piece of wire mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
No. Should I?
Nah, it was a long shot. Do you recognize this matchbook?
No, sir.
May I borrow this towel?
Sure you can, on one condition.
What's that?
You keep it away from old Ron.
Who's Ron?
That's him in the corner, with the hygiene problem.
Hey, bartender?
A landlord, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Shake my hand, why don't you?
Now, why should I do that? What have you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. Come on, just shake my hand.
Not just now, mister. I have to be careful on account of the health restrictions.
Aw, jeez. Does this tissue mean anything to you?
That's disgusting.
Uh-huh. I found it in the sewers.
Well, what's the idea of waving it around in my face? You're worse than old Ron. Put it away, man.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you recognize this man?
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat? Didn't he teach you the art of pugilism? Doyle.
Sorry, Michael. I was miles away. What did you say?
Never mind.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Did Pegram stay here?
Yes, he did. 6 nights plus breakfast.
Here's something which might interest you.
It doesn't.
Have you served any, clowns recently?
No. You're the first today.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and warm with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
Вообще, я помню, что здесь есть такой вариант. Понятное дело, что он не обязательный, когда Джордж может напиться и потом придет в себя то ли на лавочке где-то рядом с баром, то ли где-то на заднем дворе. Вот. Но это, видимо, будет доступно позже. Либо, может быть, надо завершить разговор, снова начать говорить, и снова появится вариант с пивом. Но, с другой стороны, у нас нет цели напоить Джорджа.
Look, I gotta be going.
Так, остался у нас пацан вот этот. И там еще можно сходить к замку. Ну, давайте с пацаном.
The young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something. My name's George.
Pleased to meet you, mister. My name's Fitzgerald.
What do you suppose this wire is used for?
I How should I know?
Check out this pass.
Thomas Merlin? No, never heard of him.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No.
Ever seen this towel before?
Doesn't it belong on the bar?
Very observant, Fitzgerald. Shake my hand.
It's a trick, isn't it?
Damn it, you're right. I can't seem to fool anyone. What does this tissue suggest to you?
Nothing.
What does this red nose suggest to you?
Blood.
Why's that?
I used to bleed a lot when I was a kid. Every time there was a playground scrap, I'd end up with a bloody nose. I wouldn't have minded, but I wasn't even involved in the scraps.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Something to do with horses?
Wrong. It's for opening manhole covers.
Oh, really? Well, you learn something every day.
What can you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
Have you ever explored the castle yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid. Then one of the little ones fell off the wall and broke his head and died. We didn't go there anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist, isn't he?
That's right. Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
Угу. А теперь надо о нем поговорить.
See you later.
Мне кажется, сейчас нам сольют, что он работал на раскопках. Но это опять же я скорее не догадался, а вспомнил, потому что когда-то эту игру я все-таки проходил. Так, у бармена можно только еще...
May I have another beer, please?
Certainly, sir. Same again?
Yeah, please. How is this stuff made?
That's the secret of the master brewer, sir. Each barrel is lovingly manhandled in time-honored fashion, suspended on skillfully tied ropes of the finest hemp, lowered into the cellar, utilizing the forces of original gravity, like manna from heaven.
Look, I gotta be going. Hey!
Hello there again, mister.
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who, Doyle? Has he conned you into buying for him? Shame on you, Patrick. Same again?
Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him and a bunch of students. He was speaking with the boss man.
Bye for now.
Угу. Так, музыкант не надумал с нами поговорить?
He wasn't listening. Mr. Fitzgerald? Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig. He's seen you there. You might as well admit it.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about the gem.
But he's not here.
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he?
Подожди, а откуда ты знаешь? Ладно, тебе сказали, что этот паренек работал на раскопках. Откуда информация, что профессор оставил камень пареньку? Может, надо было с этим еще поболтать?
So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Peagram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
The man from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I just seen a big red.
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brandy maker.
Oh, yes. And who's going to pay for it?
Not me.
Me too, neither.
Так. Короче, паренька, походу, тачка сбила. Если другой паренек не врет. Познакомился с Шоном Фитджеральдом. Он жутко нервничает. Оказывается, Пиграм оставила ему пакет и сказал передать его какому-то типу по имени Жак Марке.
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding me own business, when I saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill. Would you look at that, says I, and I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass, but the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed like a bloody pixie.
От расспросов Фитджеральд запаниковал и выбежал из паба прямо под колеса спортивной тачки, в которой сидел эльф. Хан брал на прокат костюм эльфа. Думаю, это был он. Так.
Hey, Maguire.
What?
Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
Maybe the package fell somewhere out of sight. Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Так, смотри, вот здесь эта штука, открылась коробочка.
The plastic cover had been smashed and broken away, revealing a switch.
Давай посмотрим.
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand. The plastic cover had been smashed and broken away, revealing a switch.
Так, а что мы туда можем засунуть?
Maybe not.
Подожди. Не. Так, а что еще? Проволока, может быть? Тоже нет. Угу.
I tugged at the trapdoor, but it was locked from the inside.
Так, ну что, может тогда сходим туда еще посмотрим? Ага, здесь мужик какой-то сидит.
The farmer's craggy face was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots.
Так, а сюда можно пройти? Так. Дальше уже, видимо, да, дальше уже нельзя пройти.
The gates were made of solid, age-blackened wood. Pushing with all my strength got me nowhere. They didn't budge. I really need to start working out.
Я так понимаю, что это мы к замку пришли.
Hi, do you speak English?
Well, no. What if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice.
Так, ладно, теперь будем с ним говорить.
Does this curiously twisted piece of wire mean anything to you?
Oh dear. Now what would you be wanting with a cruel snare like that?
Oh, it's not mine. It belongs to the old guy in the bar.
Ah yes, it would.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
I can't read that little writing.
What do you make of this matchbook?
Seems ordinary enough to me.
Have you any use for this towel?
Whatever gave you that idea? Oh dear me, no.
Would you like to shake my hand?
What is this? I don't do that male bonding stuff.
What do you make of this tissue?
That's a sorry sight to wave about in public.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
You're a circus clown.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, but I wouldn't trust him. His eyes are too close together.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Is it used on sheep?
No, it's for lifting the covers off drains.
Never. How?
Well, the end of the tool fits into the hole in the cover.
They'd slip out. Angles are wrong. You'd never do it.
I have. I did it in Paris. Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry to say. Most of its history is long forgotten. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years old.
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and heard the racket. Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah. He knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot! How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh, no, but he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I'd put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle. his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
Так.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Sean. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvellous! I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay. On the back of the cart was a crazily stacked tower of hay bales, leaning precariously against the castle wall. The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland. There was a narrow crack between two of the stones where the centuries-old mortar had crumbled away. I inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove. It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step.
Ага. Давайте сохранимся. Чего? Что за 5374%? Ну-ка, сейчас просто даже посмотрю. 38%, все нормально. А здесь что за 513%? Что за прикол с первым слотом? Ладно.
It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something. The rope by which the goat was tethered had become tangled on the old plowshare.
Угу. То есть козел нас боднул, но теперь, походу, он нас больше не боднет. Ладно. Призрак Лохмарный — это всего лишь злобный козел. Сначала мне казалось, что пройти будет нелегко, но в конце концов оказалось на удивление просто. Кто бы знал. Так, что у нас здесь? У нас здесь не так уж и мало всего, да?
There was a pattern of 5 holes arranged on the wall. They'd been drilled there deliberately. I placed my fingers and thumb into the holes in the wall. Nothing happened.
Посмотрим, что на столе.
As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was. Plaster of Paris. I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints.
Mm-hmm.
I reached into the sack, but it was empty.
В смысле? А, вот мы взяли кусочек гипса. Ладно.
Behind the altar was a carved panel, decorated with animals, birds, and plants. It was a statue which had fallen from its place on the wall, 5 fingers of stone projected from the back of the carving. The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand. As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Ну ладно, гипс я, допустим, туда засыплю. Но его ж надо смочить.
I sprinkled the plaster on the sand until the holes were filled. The patch of sand where the statue had fallen was covered with a dense sprinkling of plaster.
Так, мне нужна жидкость. Так, походу придется в бар возвращаться, как ни крути. Чё, козел? А, ключ, в принципе, и нельзя даже обратно вытащить. Ну, бог с ним, нельзя, так нельзя.
Hey, McGuire.
What?
Do you know what this white powder is?
No.
What do you think this wire could be used for?
Stealing cars. There's only one problem.
The local policeman?
No. Nobody in Lochmarn has got a car.
Mm-hmm.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Так.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien.
Hello there. What now?
What do you make of this white powder?
Could it be bicarbonate of soda?
I have a suspicion that Fitzgerald might have been given something by Pegram.
I thought he acted strange.
I'm talking about the gem. It was something he said.
Were you not speaking to him when he ran out to the bar?
Yeah, sure. Just talking, that's all. Goodbye for now. Hey,
Hello there again, mister.
do you recognize this white powder?
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Bye for now. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Check out my card.
I've seen it, for heaven's sake.
Does this...
I'm not interested.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how about another drink?
See him again?
Do you serve cocktails?
I'll serve anyone with manners. And money.
No, I'm serious. Have you considered turning McDevitt's into a cocktail bar? Cocktails are chic, cool, and popular with younger drinkers.
What? Kids in the bar? Can you imagine it? Pinball, pimples, and puke.
Right, I get the picture. I'll settle for a glass of stout.
I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my dear, is it?
It just so happens I'm an electrician. Check out my credentials.
Well, no. Isn't that marvellous? Ha! Here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer.
Mm-hmm.
And when you've finished that, will you take a look at the pumps?
Так. Хотя, знаете, я подумал, в принципе, можно было еще попробовать полотенце пивное отжать. Ну, там, в гипсовую эту нишу.
It was an electric glass washer. It looked even older than the barman. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it must be the wiring. I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing to all the saints. A free half-pint to that man, on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer pumps?
I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
Угу. Так. Крыса пробежала.
I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen.
Так, ну здесь слишком темно. Так, надо сейчас, видимо, будет как-то снаружи ту решетку открывать.
It was impossible to return the switch to its original position. I lifted the trap door, and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor, way too far to jump.
Excuse me.
There was a nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
Угу. Так. Встретился с Ханом лицом к лицу, подошел прямо ко мне и спросил об аварии. Он что-то искал, наверняка в пакете Фицджеральда был алмаз. Мне нужно найти этот камень. Так, понятно. Так, давайте сейчас сохранимся еще разок.
Now I could see. I spotted Mr. Leary's flashlight easily. Then I noticed a flash of light. Something sparkling beneath the open trap door.
Камень.
It was Peagram's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way. You're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari.
Так. Есть алмаз для треноги у меня. Теперь нужно понять, что со всем этим делать. Так.
It was a large blue gemstone.
А еще мы фонарик взяли. Так. Только я не вижу пивных насосов, которые он послал чинить нас.
It was a rusty faucet. The faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water.
Так.
I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water.
Так, что-то мне подсказывает, надо быстрее идти, пока оно не высохло.
The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by the plaster.
Кстати говоря, вот тут получилось с первого раза, а почему я спешил? Я не знаю, может быть это упразднили в расширенном издании, но когда я играл на первой плойке, я помню, что реально здесь задалбывался несколько раз бегать, потому что я смачиваю полотенце, прихожу сюда, а он говорит, полотенце уже не слишком-то и мокрое. Я бегу обратно, опять смачиваю, опять прихожу, он говорит, полотенце уже почти высохло. И у меня вот эта тема сейчас получилась с первого раза, но когда я проходил на первой плойке, я до сих пор помню этот момент, у меня этот трюк, так сказать, получился, ну, не знаю, раза с пятого-шестого.
I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue.
Так, теперь сюда.
The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Угу. Тем же вечером в Париже. О, мы снова за Нико играем. Так, нашла часть фотографий, на которой отец стоит рядом с Коршоном. Он был членом организации Коршона. Фашист, виновный в военных преступлениях. Неужели это правда? Папа как-то связан со всем, что происходит. Неужели из-за него Коршон попросил меня о встрече? Надеюсь, Джордж придет. Но эта часть истории останется моей тайной. Так. Предметы у нас есть все те, которые были. Так, тут надо посмотреть будет сейчас сообщение на автоответчике. Так, ну вообще можно сохраниться. Сейчас давайте сделаем небольшой перерывчик. Вот. И потом уже будем думать. Там же у нас еще у Ников в сундуке лежит шкатулка ее отца, которую мы пока не знаем, как открыть. Вот, и плюс... Ну, мне кажется, сейчас будет первая подсказка на автоответчике, какие-нибудь сообщения, которые дадут нам дальше направление двигаться. Ну ладно, это мы сейчас после перерывчика выясним. Продолжаем. Так, давайте смотреть сообщения на автоответчике.
I had messages waiting to be played.
You have 3 messages.
Hey, Collard, it's me, your favorite editor. Guess what? I'm gonna give you a second chance. I need somebody to write the TV column. Pays lousy, so what's new? If you're interested, drop by the office. In fact, drop by the office anyway. We have to talk, Nico. That story of yours I spiked. It won't go away. You've made some dangerous enemies out there.
Hey, Nico, it's your old pal. I mean, your new pal, George. Whoa, Ireland. It's a whole different country. And I got some amazing news for you. Gem of a story, in fact. Oh, gotta go. Yeah, fella here's got a drink lined up for me. See you tomorrow, Nico. Sláinte. Yep, only here for a day and I'm speaking the lingo like a local.
Mademoiselle Coulard, this is Imelda Carchon. I wanted to thank you for being so understanding when... Come to lunch, why don't you? Tomorrow. I might have more news. There's a Monsieur Merlon coming to see me this evening. He says he knows why Pierre was murdered. In fact, he'll be here shortly. I shall let you know what he says. Goodbye, dear girl. Till tomorrow.
Merlin? Oh my God. Merlin's the killer. I better get over there and warn her now. When it came to being two-faced, Imelda was up there with the best. I owed her nothing, but I couldn't just let her die. I arrived to find the Palais Royal courtyard deserted. I only hoped that I'd beaten the assassin here. I had to warn Imelda before it was too late.
И, наконец, Эмельда Каршон сказала, к ней на ужин придет Мерлин. Это Хан, маскарадный убийца. Ей грозит смертельная опасность. Нужно предупредить ее. Так.
Carchon's front door. There was a fresh scratch on the paint. The kind that's left when someone's picked the lock. If I was right, Imelda was getting a lesson from a mime artist. And it wasn't the old moving staircase routine. Locked? No way was I going to break through a door like that. A doorbell. The intercom system wasn't working. Bad sign. Somebody had cut the wire. I unhooked the first wire.
А где была гарантия, что эта штука будет заваливаться в сторону здания, а не в противоположную сторону?
I released the second wire. Even with both wires removed, the statue remained upright. If I could deconstruct this, I could deconstruct anything. If only I could get up to the window. That broken window looked like the best way in. The plastic sheet was thick and strong. I'd need more than my hands to tear it.
Универсальная гильза. Так. Проникла в квартиру Каршона. Из меня выйдет неплохой взломщик. Здесь никого.
My God, I'm too late. Imelda. Oh no.
Nico?
Don't worry, you're going to be all right.
You know that isn't true.
It was Merlin, wasn't it?
Dressed as a cavalier. How absurd. You came to warn me, didn't you?
I must be crazy.
Let me see you, Nico.
All this time you were just using me. Which one is the real Imelda?
You are an extraordinary girl. Thierry would have been so proud of you.
You didn't know my father.
So like him. Something about the eyes. I wish we'd had time to get to know each other.
She was gone. She cheated me, lied to me, used me. But why?
Итак, настал черед Эмельды. Еще одна смерть на счету маскарадного убийцы. Мерлина Элихана. На этот раз он нарядился шевалье. Полиция не станет расследовать убийство, просто замнет, как и прежнее.
The Conchons in happier days. Well, before they were both assassinated, at least.
Что-то Мерлин как-то быстро перемещается из Ирландии во Францию.
Even in death, Imelda looked the same. Beautiful, inscrutable. The Ice Queen alone in her ice palace. Around her neck was a locket. I opened it. Inside was a tiny gold key.
А это похоже как раз от шкатулки, которая в комнате у Нико.
I took the key. I had to leave. I knew I could never return.
Угу.
I took out the key. I couldn't believe it. Imelda's key opened my father's box. I dreaded what I was going to find inside. It was a photograph of Imelda. But why here? In my father's box? I felt as if a black hole had swallowed me up. Imelda and Conchon grinning. While behind them a village was being razed to the ground. Its people butchered. And there, next to them, staring out at me across the years, my own father. There was a letter. I feared there was even worse to come. Hotel St. Georges, Algiers, Friday. My darling Thierry, by the time you read this, you'll be safely out of Africa. You need not fear. Pierre and the organization do not know who you're really working for, or about us. Did you think I would betray you? I could not. You wanted me to leave him, but I don't have your courage. I know too much of what has been going on here. They would find me and they would kill us both. Enjoy your life in Paris, Thierry. Your life of honor, of patriotic duty. Do they give medals to spies? No, they'll just give you a phony job in an embassy somewhere. I could never share that with you. Imagine me, a diplomat's wife. So I must stay here with Pierre, the two of us bound together by what we have done to this country. Au revoir, my love. You will be in my heart until I die. Imelda. Suddenly everything made sense. My father had been working undercover for the government. He was one of the good guys after all. He and Imelda must have fallen in love. She'd found out who he really was, so he had to leave. It had broken her heart, but she had never revealed it to anyone. I knew I couldn't either. Whatever he was doing, He'd had good reason to keep it secret. I decided I would respect that and tell nobody.
На следующее утро.
I knew it was George. For a moment I was tempted to pretend that I was out, or ask him to go away and come back later. But then... Come in.
Hello, George. So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did he snore?
Hardly. He was dead. Then Leary woke me in the middle of the night to help bail out the cellar.
The cellar was flooded?
Yeah, some idiot had left the faucet running.
And you say Pegram has disappeared?
Without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
Pegram's gem?
The Templars' gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
That is not a good idea. No. Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
No.
А чё, ключ каким-то непонятным образом все-таки снова у нас оказался? Мы ж его там в стену воткнули, когда в замок залезали в Ирландии.
Look, Nico, a handful of plaster.
Yeah. Why is it that men never really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little boys.
You never know when useless junk might come in handy. Let's take another look at the manuscript. There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod.
Mm-hmm.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has three hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lopinot at the Krun Museum. And why don't you see if Rosso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out? Shopping, a trip to the laundromat?
Just take care of yourself.
I so much wanted to talk to George about everything that had happened, but I knew I never could. My father's connection to Africa would have to remain a secret forever. His bravery would be known only to the government and to me. Revealing it would just damage his memory. People would take the story and twist it. Before long, he would be the villain and Carchon would be the hero. I know how they do that. I'm a journalist.
Вот Ника удивится, я смог открыть потайную дверь под замком, и там была очередная подсказка. Изображение виселицы в месте под названием Монфаусон. Зайду-ка я в паб, пропущу пару бокалов пива с местными пацанами и поеду в Париж. Так, Париж, Монфасон. Нужно узнать, при чем тут этот Монфасон и повешенный. И нужно разузнать об этом загадочном Марке. Так, мы можем пойти в музей, в полицейский участок. В квартире Нико мы сейчас оттуда вышли. Возле кафе вряд ли что-то будет. Так, на карте мира сейчас посмотрю, что. На карте мира Ирландия уже недоступна. Пока только Париж снова доступен. Так, давай сходим в полицейский участок.
It was just some police paperwork, a search warrant.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
No. Maybe not.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-line Swedish with a crosshatch Bergman strike strip. Now, that's unusual. Pre-war Anderson hinging.
Really?
I haven't seen a reinforced Anderson outside of a private collection.
It's rare, then?
In this part of the world, yes. There are only 3 places these are made. Taiwan, Manila, and Slough.
Did I show you my tool, Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur. Unfortunately, you did.
Would you like to shake my hand, Sergeant?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur. The gesture could be misconstrued.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
I told you, no, monsieur.
No way. Did I show you this photograph, Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur. Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic, in the Avenue des Hérissons.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
See you later, Sergeant.
Марке находится в местной больнице. Направлюсь туда прямо сейчас. То есть даже не в музей. Сразу в больницу. Больница. Так, ну ладно, давайте сходим в больницу, потом в музей. Угу. Можно даже сейф обновить.
There was no sign of the crew of the ambulance. I felt a little guilty as I tried the door, like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked. The guy seemed to be practicing his air of authority. Today, he was working on his withering stare.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
Look at this, Doc. It's a genuine medieval-type gemstone.
Yes, so I see. Remarkable.
I have to take this gem to Marquet. He might be able to explain its significance.
My dear chap, Marquet has other things on his mind right now.
Like what?
His catheter, for one.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything to you?
No, it does not.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamat?
No, sir, I have not.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
Sacre bleu! That's exactly what I needed in my last operation.
It is?
I had to improvise with a knitting needle and a couple of corks. If only you'd been on hand at the time, my patient would have given his right arm for it.
May I have the honor of shaking you by the hand?
You may not. I don't encourage physical contact between my staff.
What do you make of this tissue, sir?
If I were you, I'd have this sample analyzed.
Do you recognize this red nose, sir?
No, I do not. This is a hospital, not a circus ring. We minister to the sick in body, not the sick in mind.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, sir, I do not.
Does this white powder mean anything to you?
No, sir. I do not pretend to know the pharmacist's job.
Job?
I'm looking for a guy named Jacques Marquet.
In which department does he work?
He doesn't. He's a patient.
I see. You do realize there are strict policies regarding visiting hours, don't you?
This is important. I have to talk to Marquet urgently.
We make no exceptions to the rules.
It's a matter of life and death.
The well-oiled running of this hospital is a matter of life and death. That's why we have rules.
I think I ought to warn you that Marquet is not what he seems.
Explain yourself.
He's in league with a bunch of guys who want to take over the world.
Nonsense. Besides, Marquet's employers have paid in advance for one of our most exclusive private rooms.
Could you tell me who Marquet's employers are?
Certainly not.
Thanks for your help. The woman managed to look overworked and hassled, though she didn't appear to be doing anything. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer Clinic?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plants. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
What does this gem suggest to you?
I advise you not to flash that around.
Это точно.
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on Ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's being transferred to... Oh, dear. He's on Ward J2. That's Nurse Grendel's ward.
Have you heard of the Club Alamat?
No. It sounds romantic, doesn't it?
What does this tool suggest to you?
Is it a crack detector?
Huh?
Polar explorers use them to poke about in the snow.
Oh, no. I'd like to shake you by the hand.
Don't be fresh, young man.
Can you think of any use for this greasy tissue?
I guess you could use it to baste a roast turkey.
What does this false nose remind you of?
Oh, it's a clown's nose.
Have you seen this man here at the clinic?
No, sir. And I never forget a face.
Is this plaster any use to you?
I'm allergic to plaster.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock alarm call, 6:10 bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2. And good luck.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
А если мы пойдем направо? Мы просто заблудимся.
As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow. The door didn't have a sign or label or any kind of identification.
Hey now, you can't go in there.
How come?
I'm responsible for the contents of that cupboard.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Oh, hiya.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
That's what I thought you said. Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
It's a deal.
What do you think of this, Sam?
Oh, boy. What is it?
A priceless gemstone, found in a medieval castle in Ireland. Get me into Marquet's ward, and it's yours.
I don't wear jewellery.
If this gem was yours, you'd be able to buy 100 Mr. Shinies.
Don't be silly. There's only one Mr. Shiny.
Do you recognize this pass?
No, I don't. Should I?
No, but I wondered if you'd seen a stranger flashing it about.
No, sir. But if I had, Mr. Shiny would take care of him.
Почему мистер Шайни они перевели как мистер Мышца? Мистер Блестяшка, мистер Блестящий. На крайняк мистер Чистота, то соответствовало бы названию агрегата. Мистер Мышца. Ну, вроде, насколько я помню, мышца в дословном переводе так и будет. Мускул. С английского, поэтому как можно шайни. Хотя, возможно, и есть какое-то слово, которого я не знаю в английском, которое созвучно с шайни, и можно перевести как там мышца, может быть, как-то, не знаю, даже более грубо кусок мяса. Ну ладно.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
You should never ever play with matches.
I know that, but...
People get hurt when they do. They end up in hospital, like the burger lady. She was so burned up, they didn't know whether to use bandages or onions.
Очень смешно.
Would this tool be any use to you?
No, sir. Mr. Shiny has no user-serviceable parts. Whatever that means.
Would you like to shake my hand?
Not until I've washed, if you don't mind, sir.
What does this tissue suggest to you?
You have a cold. What you need is vitamin C.
Take a look at this red nose.
Are you a policeman?
No, this is a clown's nose, not a policeman's. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Who is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Have you seen him before?
How should I know? You haven't told me who he is.
Take a look at the photo.
Yeah, okay.
Now, have you seen him before?
No.
Do you recognize this powder?
Is that dandruff?
No way.
It sure looks like dandruff.
It's plaster.
Ugh.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the corridors?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
It must be a great comfort.
He is.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had Mr. Shiny for 3 years, and he's never let me down once.
How come you got so attached to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Shiny. It's just that...
You think it's odd, don't you? I don't mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind me back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull-through.
Do you know where I'd find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
See you later.
Yeah, take care now.
As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
Ага, халатик взяли.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J2?
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
You'll need this, Doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks.
Could you take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
It's beautiful, but I've never seen it before.
What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, Doctor.
Do you know Merlin of Gruber Electronics?
No, I don't.
Is this plaster any use to you?
No, it isn't.
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
Why is Marquet in quarantine?
If you wish to know more, you'll have to speak to Herr Hagenmeier. All I know is that Marquet's room is strictly out of bounds.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, это койка номер 3.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
You better believe it. Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, doctor.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Have you heard of a guy called Merlin?
No, doctor.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really a nightclub man, doctor.
Do you know what this tool is used for?
I'd rather not, doctor.
No. Have you any idea what this is?
No, doctor. I wouldn't even like to guess.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Doesn't that belong to Boissy?
No. I found it in a sewer.
He's a clown, you know. You wouldn't think so to look at him now, would you?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer. Do you know what this is?
It looks like plaster.
What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he? That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've been here for 3 months.
What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient young woman.
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job, isn't it? You've got to have discipline in a place like this.
I'll come back later. Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur?
Is this plaster any use to you?
No, it isn't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize this tissue?
No, I don't. It looks like a chronic health risk to me.
Well, I've been carrying it around for days and I'm okay. Would you like to shake hands with me?
Well...
No, it's okay. Forget it. Does this tool mean anything to you?
I don't recognize it.
Does this mean anything to you?
The Club Alamut? I've never heard of it.
Do you know Merlin of Gruber Electronics?
No, I don't.
Do you want this,
Device for measuring blood pressure?
Yeah, do you want it back?
No, thank you.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
It's beautiful, but I've never seen it before.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, ну мне вроде... в принципе, к ним, к другим даже и это подойти нельзя. Просто я думаю, если бы мы попытались пройти дальше, она бы, скорее всего, ну, до того, как подошли к нему, она бы нас, наверное, остановила. Хотя, может, она и сейчас нас сейчас...
Доктор!
Ну, ё-моё. Мы к тебе уже подходили.
What is it? You haven't taken my blood pressure.
В смысле? Ты чё, мужик, я тебе уже измерял давление.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this.
I'll come back later.
Oh, Doctor.
Да ё-моё.
What now?
You didn't finish taking my blood
Ты
pressure.
серьезно?
Okay, let's try again.
Может, мне не в ту сторону? Может, мне наоборот туда, дальше, вглубь?
You don't have the first idea what you're doing, do you?
I'll come back when you've recovered your manners.
Может, мне туда, наоборот? Нет. Туда мы возвращаемся назад. Может, попросить ее измерить ему давление?
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Угу.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Нельзя, да? Он же меня сейчас без конца будет тормозить.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Ты офигел, что ли, чувак? Так, что здесь надо сотворить?
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients.
I'll keep quiet when you've taken my blood pressure properly.
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come he gets preferential treatment? It's because he's got money, isn't it?
I'll come back when you've dealt with that chip on your shoulder.
Ну, сейчас он опять скажет, измерьте мне давление.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Ты чё, прикалываешься, мужик?
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patient. I have to...
How come? It's because...
I'll come back. Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Ну, измерь ты ему уже давление, ну ё-моё.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так. Этот нас не пускает, пока мы не измерили ему давление, да? Но он говорит, что мы это делаем неправильно.
Hi, it's me again.
Угу.
I'll come back later.
Как же быть?
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Мужик, успокойся ты уже.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other...
I'll keep...
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come he gets preferential treatment? It's because he's got money, isn't it?
I'll come back when you've dealt with that chip on your shoulder.
Так, и как мне пройти?
You haven't finished taking...
Мужик-то задолбал. Я думал, медсестру можно попросить измерить ему давление.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients.
I'll keep quiet when you've taken my blood pressure properly.
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come? It's...
I'll come... Hi, it's me again. I'm going to take...
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my... Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
I'll come back later.
Блин, чё ж мне сотворить-то с ним? Все-таки ты сама, медсестра, измеришь ему давление-то.
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Угу.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
А что тут еще сделать?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Там подвох. Это понятно. Серьезно? Но этого я не ожидал.
Excuse me, sir.
Aha! Just the man. You must be the new boy.
Yeah, I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bunny, come here, boy. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Хорошо.
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
The young man's face was full of eagerness and enthusiasm. I figured he was fresh from college.
Куда ты пошел? Он за мной пошел, подожди.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Yes, sir?
So what's your name, kid?
Benoit. They call me Bunny.
Bunny? Jeez, and you don't mind?
Oh, I've gotten used to it.
Okay, Benoit, you're gonna help me.
Anything you say, sir.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
Not me, sir.
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something. Have you ever heard of a guy named Merlin?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamat?
No, sir.
What does this tool suggest to you?
Isn't that used to snap the patient's ribs when exploring the abdomen?
Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Is that a nasal discharge, sir?
No, it's grease paint. Does this false nose mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Do you know what this white powder is?
No, sir.
Do you know the nurse on Ward J2?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty. I was talking about treating my first patient, of course. I didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Shut up, Benoit.
Okay, sir.
Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
Follow me, Benoit.
I'm right behind you, sir.
Hi, it's me again. I'll come back later. Hey, Benoit!
Yes, sir?
Измерь-ка ему давление.
Do you still have that gauge I gave you?
Oh, yes. What do you want me to do with it?
Медсестре измерь давление.
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
О, здесь еще полицейский сидит. Не все так просто, как говорится. Давайте сейф обновим.
I'm Dr. Stobart.
Bonjour, docteur.
Do you recognize this gem?
It isn't an emerald, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Are you Thomas Merlin of Gruber Electronics?
No.
Then you won't be needing this. Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No. It sounds Middle Eastern.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Branding mice without bending down.
Would you like to shake hands?
What for?
As a gesture of goodwill.
On reflection, no.
What does this tissue suggest to you?
It looks as if it has been used to wipe Satan's bottom.
I hate to say it, but you could be right. Do you recognize this red nose?
Don't get cute with me.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I have never seen him before.
Can you think of any sensible use for this plaster?
Sensible? No. Puerile? Yes, but you've probably thought of those already.
Have you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No. This was a tatty old bear.
How is the bear acting suspiciously?
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the law?
No, but it's pretty weird for a bear.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, Doc, right behind this here door.
Marquet is just the man I wanted to see.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you. He has anthrax.
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine. I have to check he's still breathing.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of godlike aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks. Catch you later, officer.
Au revoir, Doc.
Marquet?
Yes, I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get it over with.
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lahmar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassin.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster.
Понятно, этот товарищ тамплиер.
Him that I have found the tripod right here in Paris.
Ахан, получается, ассасин.
But it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know them as for Klausner. He has gone off to Syria on a wild goose chase.
They have geese in Syria?
He has a theory about the location of the...
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. If Herr Hagenmeier was to hear that...
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
Так что тема ассасинов и тамплиеров была затронута в играх задолго до выхода первой части Assassin's Creed. Еще в 1996 году. Так. Марке готов. По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
Hello, George.
Maybe not. I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man? Was it Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window. Have you ever heard of the Hashi Ashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, 2 guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rosso or Sergeant Mou? Oh, but you're referring to Andre.
I'll let you work it out.
Так, Марки решил, что я наемный убийца. Похоже, кто-то пытается помешать планам тамплиеров. Марки попросил меня доставить драгоценный камень какому-то великому магистру. Марки сказал, что те 2 гангстера из отеля попытаются похитить треногу. Упомянул какого-то Клаузнера, за которым ассасин мог проследовать в Сирию. Странно все это. Я как раз хотел задать вопрос, как меня выгнал доктор, который на самом деле оказался не доктором, потому что он убил Марке. Эти люди по пустякам не мелочатся. Угу. Так, ну давайте еще раз в полицейский участок заглянем, потом музей. Так, давайте, наверное, сейчас сейвик сделаем. Но если верить сейвам, то мы уже на 50, чуть даже больше, чем на 50% игру прошли. Хотя мне, ну, по крайней мере, во времена первой плойки, первая часть сломанного меча казалась нереально длинной. Ну, но может, действительно, тогда я так тупил. Ну, хотя здесь у нас какой был? Вот мы с вами в начале еще, когда за Нико играли, немножко потупили, но все-таки решили своими силами вот эти вот передвигающиеся замки а-ля пятнашки такие своеобразные. Но вот сейчас в больнице я использовал подсказку, что типа там, а как этот мужик все время требует измерить давление, но говорит, что мы делаем неправильно. Я посмотрел, да, там сказано было вернуться в этот вход. Вот. Но больше как бы подсказок не было. Ну, представим, что в оригинальной версии, которая была загнана в том числе под формат первой плойки, подсказок в принципе не было. Но даже с учетом этого, ну, вроде бы здесь не сказать, чтобы так прям уж очень длинно все. Ладненько, через пару минут продолжим. Стандартный 2-минутный перерывчик.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
No. I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? I see.
Outside they stopped me.
Could you describe?
One looked like their names.
Здесь ничего
See
не
you later,
надо.
Sergeant.
Значит, надо в музей идти. Ага. Это, я так понимаю, и есть лабина.
He was a thin-faced, pallid guy with a questionable taste in outlandish clothes. My mother used to dress like that. I beg your pardon. Are you André Lobineau?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No. I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
What do you make of this?
It's the biggest gemstone I've ever seen. Where did you get it?
From Professor Pegram's messenger boy.
Pegram? Professor Nigel Pegram? He's in Ireland, investigating a Templar site, isn't he?
He was, until he disappeared.
Did Pegram find this on his dig?
Yeah, the site where this was found was a Templar castle. Do you think it could be part of the Templar treasure?
No, I shouldn't think so. You're not one of those crazies who think the Templars still exist, are you?
Well, I try to keep an open mind on the matter. No. What do you make of this ID card?
Nothing.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Alamut is the name of the place where the Hashashin were based.
Where is it?
Somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on modern geography, I'm afraid. The most recent map I have shows America as an English colony.
Персия — это у нас Иран, насколько я помню, да. Ну, то, что раньше было Персией, понятно, что Персия была довольно воинственной страной, и территории древней Персии, они, конечно, значительно больше, чем территории современного Ирана, но именно вот на современной карте, если хотите узнать или тем более поехать на те территории, которые назывались Персией, знаете, что эта территория ныне принадлежит стране Иран. Да. Я, правда, знаю некоторых людей, которые умудряются Иран и Ирак между собой путать. Ну, мол, всего одной буковкой отличаются. Ну да, ну да. Еще Судан сюда же приплетают. Ладно, не будем о грустном. Как говорится, век живи, век учись. Всего знать невозможно. Но иногда такие люди разочаровывают своей непросвещенностью.
What do you make of this tool?
Interesting. Where did you get it?
From a dig in Paris.
Vraiment? I didn't realize there were any excavations in progress in the city.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre.
Not now, Georgie.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
Take a look at this nose, Lobineau.
It really doesn't interest me, Georgie.
Does the guy in this photograph look familiar to you?
No.
Do you recognize this white powder, Andre?
No.
Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes. It was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes. They gave a new word to our language. Assassini. The assassins.
How did the assassins get their name?
From the legends surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
How did the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure. It was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn. I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie. Soldiers, diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez. How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families. They were required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Is it true the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Or, if it does, the truth has never been made public.
What do you mean by that?
The Templars have attained mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
I think you ought to know that the tripod is going to be stolen.
The Lochmarn tripod? No.
It's true. I can give you a description of the thieves.
Before the supposed event has taken place?
I heard them planning the raid.
They're wasting their time. The tripod is protected by a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Why don't you loan the tripod to me for safekeeping?
Because I'd never see it again.
Well, don't you trust me?
It's not a question of trust, George. That tripod is hundreds of years old and extremely fragile.
I get your point. Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. This friend who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Ah, I know it well. I'll drop by. Just as soon as I can.
Мне главное, говорит, нужно ее спросить. Держи ее адрес.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Лабино полный придурок. Смотрите, как я много всего знаю про рыцарей-тамплиеров. Ладно, признаю, он кое-что знал про хашашинов, Монфасон и про то, куда мне нужно идти. Так, надо сейчас окно открывать и прятаться в саркофаг. Надо перед этим сохраниться. Потому что, насколько я помню, да, несмотря на то, что это квест, там будет возможность проиграть. Поэтому желательно, чтобы сейв был недалеко по времени.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Monsieur.
О.
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the... Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Опа. По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor Georges.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. But how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod. Oh, by the way, I had a visit from Andre Lobineau.
Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. I'd better get back to the quest.
Так, Париж, музей... Музей Крун. Хотел уже было помешать ограблению, как мне на репу свалился тотемный столб. А потом вдруг с потолка спустился какой-то супергерой без опознавательных знаков. Это не Ко была женщиной-кошкой, ну и девушка. В общем, теперь у нас есть тренога. А я нашел алмаз. Пора идти на Монфасон и посмотреть, что там можно с ними сотворить. Монфасон. О. Так, это выход.
I once read a list of low-stress jobs. It didn't include police work. Obviously, this guy hadn't read the same list. Excuse me, officer. What do you know about medieval ironmongery? Have a look at this little baby.
A tripod? What is it for?
You mean you don't know?
No, monsieur. Nor do you, I think.
Look at this gem. What do you think?
Cut glass.
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go around waving a priceless gem under people's noses?
So either it's glass or I'm mad? I didn't like to think about that for too long. What do you think of this?
A blood pressure sleeve.
Take a look at this.
Ah, an electrician.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The pattern looks Middle Eastern.
Do you know what this is?
It's a sewer key.
Would you like to shake? I stopped myself barely in time. Electrocuting a cop would not have been smart. They'd rebuild the Bastille just so they could throw me in and throw away the key. What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Delightful. Would you like to see some of my used tissues?
Hell no.
Then please put yours away.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No. I am just having a little joke.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh.
I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Do you know what this is?
Aha! You Americans with your notorious nose candy. I read Hollywood Wives. I know all about it.
If you tried to sniff this stuff, you'd wall up your nostrils. It's plaster of Paris.
It is? Thank heaven. For one awful moment, I thought I might actually have to arrest somebody. Alors, the paperwork. You have no idea.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens within this very square.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
Так. Можно пойти туда. Можно пойти туда.
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that? I had no desire to talk to the crowd. The juggler was good. Why he couldn't put that kind of application into getting a real job, I had no idea. Maybe he just liked dressing up like a horse's ass. Hey, you with the balls.
Oui?
I've got a medieval tripod.
And my Uncle Claude has hemorrhoids. So what?
Feast your eyes on this.
Incroyable. Is it real?
I think so.
Some people believe that great gems always have curses upon them.
Oh, that's garbage. Although, now that I think about it, both of the people who had this before me disappeared in mysterious circumstances. And the guy who was supposed to get this was shot and then murdered in his hospital bed. Do you want it?
No, thank you.
What do you think of this?
It is a medical device, oui?
Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You steal lab passes?
No. Well, not as a habit. This was a special case. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You smoke?
No, I don't.
In that case, it means nothing to me.
This gadget is a sewer key.
I do not want it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not selling it. I just wanted your opinion.
It is hardly my area of expertise.
It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands. Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
It looks like one of mine, or at least another jongleur.
Or a clown?
Mais naturellement, a clown.
Hardly a breakthrough. Look, a red nose.
Oh, you say, whoop-de-doo.
Have you seen this man before?
No.
Does this plaster interest you?
Well...
Forget it. Forget that I asked. What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques Dumoulin, was burned on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated for a juggler.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Где вы все это? Я вот табличку вижу позади тебя, но не позади себя.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No! I am a jongleur.
A jongler? What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contre-gravitique aeroballetic mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crowned heads of Europe had the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the monarchs turned in their hours of need.
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders, plague ravages the land, and the peasants are revolting. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler to throw his balls around. I don't think so. That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my guest.
I had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be? A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult. Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not. In the middle of the square was a manhole. I wondered if there might be something relevant beneath street level.
Но что-то мне подсказывает, учитывая, сколько здесь народа, мне не дадут люк открыть.
Hey, hey you! What do you think you are doing? Leave that cover alone. Now.
Sorry, no harm intended.
You stay away from that.
Угу. Так, а вот это выход или не выход? Так, это не выход.
A row of old pews, beautifully carved and glowing with polish. I thought of all the people who must have sat here over the decades. All those Parisian derrieres, firm buttocks of the young ladies, the flabby flesh of the old men. That wasn't a pleasing image, so I went back to the young ladies. Whoa! I didn't have time to sit around.
Можно что-то осмотреть еще.
A knight, there in the company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess.
Yeah.
A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. A scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain. Somehow, it looked more modern than its neighbor. A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. I wondered if this guy had died in combat. A statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
Узкая трещина. Не особо-то и нечем подковырнуть-то. Может... Так, ладно, сейчас еще.
A priest stood by the pews, energetically polishing something. Excuse me, Father?
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
I've got a medieval tripod.
Monsieur, you are a walking treasure house.
How about this for a gem?
It is very beautiful, monsieur. And yet, I feel that there is an air of suffering about it.
What do you think of this?
A precious sleeve and valve? What should I think?
Never mind. Maybe not. That is not a good idea.
I have here a sewer key.
Oui?
I thought about using the shake and shock on him, but I couldn't do that to a priest.
There's grease paint on this tissue.
Oui, you are correct.
I've got a red nose.
Oui, so you have.
Have you seen this man before?
No, I have never seen him before.
I was in Ireland recently and I brought back this plaster.
My sister brought back a shillelagh.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace to France.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
Clement V was a man of mammon, not of God.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months now.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church, then.
Just a little.
You've got quite a shine on that candlestick.
Ah, oui. Anything less than best would be an insult to the Almighty.
I guess so. I never thought of it like that. I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, ладно. Попробуем с той стороны зайти. То есть здесь вроде как 2 входа, но попадаем мы на одну и ту же территорию. Ладно. Так. Теперь давайте подумаем, как можно отвлечь жандарма.
Hello again.
Hello again, monsieur.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Ah, you are a clown.
Do I look like a clown?
No, although you juggle like one. Now, if I'd known you were a clown, it would have been amusing, and not a humiliation for you.
What do you mean?
Who ever heard of a plainclothes clown?
He had a point. So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be the king of comedy. But if I juggle badly without it...
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur. You have it.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
Hi again.
Oui? What is it this time?
I'd like to have another try at juggling, please.
You have gone on a crash course, perhaps?
No. I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
If you insist on completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay, now for my secret weapon. The juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls and left in a fury.
И остался один мячик.
Hey! You forgot one of your balls! Hey! But he didn't hear. Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
Ага. То есть получили мячик и избавились от жандарма, по сути.
It was the bright red ball I'd got from the juggler. In French, English, and German, it read, In 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the Knightly Order of the Templars and excommunicated its members on charges of heresy. In the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at the stake on an island in the Seine.
Так. Обманул жонглера-идиота. Тоже мне обидчивый неженка. И вот я снова здесь, в канализации. Да, Джордж, ты снова в канализации. Сейчас будем смотреть. Что у нас тут интересного есть.
If I wanted to get deeper into these catacombs, I was going to have to get onto that path. If the near edge hadn't crumbled away, I could have jumped it easily.
Так. Вот здесь ты можешь перейти? Можешь.
There were 3 arches, each with an inscription. The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words I understood seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." Maybe.
Так, можно пройти еще дальше.
A weird little boat lay tied up. I guess they used it to get maintenance crews around. Either that or the Phantom of the Opera was somewhere near. On the boat was a winching machine.
Так.
The hook lay in a bed of chain. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence.
Угу. Давайте за угол заглянем еще. О, висельник. Ну, точнее, повешенный. Так, а почему никак нельзя смотреть? Мне вот этот знак черепа не особо нравится, но...
The door was a handsome piece of work. I pushed against the door, but it seemed to be locked.
Угу. Она, говорит, похоже, была заперта.
The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The wall seemed in very poor condition. The inscription was undecipherable. The plaster had cracked and was falling away. I wondered why. The wall had flaked. It was time for some brutal destruction. Hey, that's hollow! I'd poked a hole in an historical site. If any archaeologists came by, they'd lynch me for this. There was some sort of mechanism hidden inside the wall, with a lever in the middle of it. Here goes. The secret door had jammed. I couldn't get through that gap.
Так, ладно. Идти колотить, а там же еще дверь была за стеной, черепу. Но она не открывалась.
There was a crack in the wall. Through it, I could see a glimmer of natural light.
In the beginning was the end.
An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness.
In the end will be a beginning.
An end to our enemies heralds our new day.
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have successfully promoted a sense of betrayal in the upper echelons. They feel that the politicians have cast them adrift. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Good. Mademoiselle?
Governments are giving the corporations more respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is accelerating this trend the world over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower. We have inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions that cannot be completed or revoked without appearing foolish. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Excellent. The tired old governments are dying a slow death from their own incompetence and our machinations. Professor, where is the broken sword?
As we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say our predecessors,
Hold on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet's location. I have a small army of historians and archaeologists ferreting out that trail.
I trust these historians and archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed. And don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you that we have a sacred duty? A trust? When Philippe attempted to destroy the Order, we lost the sword and our power with it. Now we have the opportunity to reforge it. But time is short. We need results, not petty bickering, not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course, my apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword, manuscript or no. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present. Ha! But I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others, Eklund. At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Marquet was a liability, Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition. The next time that we meet, it will be to become the princes of this world! Wow!
Уплыли. Так. Стал свидетелем собрания шишек из военных, деловых, правительственных и ученых кругов. Узнал академика. Это он ошивался в Убю. Наверное, выслеживал хана. Их главный, которого они называли великим магистром, упомянул что-то про сломанный меч. Неужели это и есть цель тамплиеров? Починить какой-то меч? Они поговорили и о Клаузнере, у которого была какая-то линза, но он пропал в Сирии, и они думают, что ассасин разделался с ним. Великий магистр утверждает, что он рыцарь-тамплиер. Что-то я им не верю. Они куча маньяков с планами нового мирового порядка.
The water seemed to belong to an underground river or something. It was way too deep to belong to the catacombs. There was a large circle marked out on the floor with a stump in the middle. Around the circle I could see words inlaid into the stone. On the circle's circumference were the Templar seal and 2 Latin phrases, Non omnis moriar and Clarior e tenebris. I shall not die completely, the brighter from the darkness.
Подожди, а если смотреть на центр, это одно и то же прям? Ну да. Так.
I noticed 3 small notches around the edge of the stump's top. The tripod's feet fitted neatly into the notches on the top of the stump. In the middle of the circle was a stump of stone, a shaft of daylight from the world above lancing down to touch it. The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays, and each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the left, I could read M-A-R-I-B, Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant.
По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
Nico, I've seen them.
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them. The assassin killed him for the manuscript, to stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how do they hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria. But they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam and lit the letters M-A-R-I-B.
Marib is a village in Syria.
Then the Neo-Templars are ahead of us. Klausner beat me to it.
You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay, what about the tripod?
I'll send it back to Andre, anonymously.
That is not a good idea. Let's take another look at the manuscript. There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened.
Look there, 2 guys on the same horse.
Do you think I should go to Marib?
Syria is a long way, Georges.
Узнал, для чего нужны были тренога и алмаз. Поставил их на камень в центре круга, где встречались неотамплиеры, и камень отразил лучи света, высветив 5 букв. М, А, Р и Б. Так. Ника сказала, что Мариб — это поселение в Сирии. Именно там видели Клаузнеров в последний раз. Должно быть, ассасин — это хан. Он убивает их, чтобы помешать им восстановить меч Бафомета. Что бы это ни значило. Да, нам действительно доступна Сирия теперь. Несколько часов спустя. О! Так, Мариб. Прибыл в Мариб. Теперь мне нужно поскорее узнать, что произошло с Клаузнером и с линзой, которую он якобы нашел. Давайте сейфик обновим. А можно подумать, что хвост у Джорджа появился. Джордж машет хвостом, да. Сейчас мы сейф обновим, потом будем осматриваться. Точнее, даже можно сделать небольшой перерывчик, 2-минутный. Вот, а потом будем начинать наши приключения в Сирии. Ну, неплохо, неплохо. Уже во Франции побывали, в Ирландии побывали, теперь вот в Сирию добрались. И это все в одном квесте. Продолжаем.
The cat was an ugly brute who looked like he owned the joint. Ah, bad-tempered as well as ugly. I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios. It was the sort of bell you see in hotel receptions. Kind of unexpected here.
Это что сейчас было? Выглянул и обратно свалил.
The stand was being watched by a young boy, maybe 12 years old.
Hey there, young fella. Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglais? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes, si, and indeed oui, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my grand emporium of quality merchandise.
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, sir, what a splendid plaything. One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my
Yes?
collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hoards of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point. Seriously, do you really think this thing's so great?
Take it away, you tempter.
I'll swap it for something off your stand.
Due to seasonal financial considerations, I'm afraid I cannot.
I thought you wanted this thing.
I do, sir. The stand doesn't.
Which in translation meant it's not really my stand, and I'll be in big trouble if I swap anything for something that I want myself.
Alternatively, is there any service that you require?
Not at the moment, but I'll bear it in mind. What can I do with a blood pressure gauge?
Don't tempt me to tell you, sir.
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid not, old bean.
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little. That pattern seems very familiar, though.
Look at this. A lifting key as used by Parisian sewer workers.
Calais, Calais, sir. I must remember this day for posterity. My grandchildren will be fascinated.
Here, shake hands, Nijo.
I'd rather not, sir.
What do you make of this?
A man-sized double-ply tissue stained with Bestheimer's number 12 white pancake grease paint, apparently.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir. I'm glad to say. Cold eyes.
This plaster was very useful in Ireland.
Really? Your fund of travelers' tales never ceases to enthrall me.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar. Ah, Templar. Templar! Why, yes, of course.
It does?
Yes. A splendid series of books by Mr. Leslie Charteris, featuring the roguish Mr. Simon Templar.
Great. That's a real help, Nijo. Anything else?
The Saint television program, featuring Mr. Roger Moore of the quizzical eyebrow, and a stick man with a halo. Bing!
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore?
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. Bing! He was better animated.
So I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you?
Well, there was the Order of Knights who were wiped out in an Inquisition in 1312, I suppose.
That's them.
What else do you know?
Just how much information do you think there is on a Trivial Pursuit card?
A what?
From the medieval edition. We had it on the stand a couple of years ago. Ask me what a feuter is. Go on. I know all this stuff.
Never mind. Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives, including their own, for insensate pride. How anyone can find them romantic confounds me.
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today, it pleases to rest there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though stand does not begin to do it justice. The finest in this bustling metropolis.
This is a bustling metropolis?
Well, not per se, no.
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any Syrian pounds?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive for you, sir.
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed a roaring fellow. Ayub's his name.
You don't sound like you respect him very much.
Don't I? Not only do I respect him, I rather like him. For all his bluster, we get on very well.
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I learned from tapes that my uncle procured.
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wooster. Gussie, Fink, Noto, Aunt Agatha. What ho?
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Embarrassed as I am to admit it, you can spot an American tourist a mile off.
Куда вдаль пройти нельзя, да?
The merchant was selling fruit. I decided I might have some later.
Так, ну что, поговорить с этим, с туристом?
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts. The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is all about. Roam the world and discover strange fruit.
Куда еще можно пойти?
Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, sure, son. Always got time for a fellow American. The name's Henderson. Dwayne Henderson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy. I'm not in the office. Call me Dwayne.
Oh, okay. Dwayne. My name's George Stobart. What do you think of this?
It's a ball. Big deal.
What do you think of this?
A blood pressure gauge. Why in blue blazes are you carrying that?
I'm carrying it for a friend. Do you know the name Merlin?
Nope.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
What do you make of this?
A manhole lifting key. So?
Hey, how come you recognize it?
Hey, how come you're carrying it?
Yeah, well, let's just drop the subject, shall we? Shake hands, Dwayne.
Why?
Just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly by keeping our hands to ourselves. Yeah?
What do you think of this grease paint stained tissue?
You've been hanging around with actors?
Have you seen this man before?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm always picking up photos of complete strangers and then asking around.
Ow! Damn it!
There. I've got another picture of a complete stranger. Maybe I'll ask around about this one.
Look, I've got some plaster of Paris.
Yeah, and I've got a picture of me shaking hands with George Bush. Of course, that was back in '76.
I saw a medieval picture of a woman, royalty or nobility, something like that. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with 3 faces. What do you think of that?
I think you should be in therapy.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew they were an order of knights.
What I know and what I say are 2 different things, boy. I haven't lasted as long as I have in this business without knowing that.
In this business?
Sure. The greetings card business.
Oh, please. Have you talked to Nijo?
Nijo? He's the youngster on that junk stand, right? Yeah, we've met him. He's a smart kid. Speaks 4 languages, and he's never had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle garbage on us, though.
You're not going to find much worthwhile around here.
I know that, and you know that. But try telling Pearl. She reckons there's antiquities in them door stands.
You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing, that's all.
Without a camera? Kinda lax to come all this way and not take pictures. Mind if I take a picture of you, George?
What? Why? Ow! You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back home will be real interested.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio. Pearl writes the poems for him. You ought to ask her to recite some.
Where is your wife, Dwayne?
Pearl? Oh, she's around, looking for bargains.
How long have you been married, Dwayne?
Hell, must be 30 years now.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they have.
Does the image of a knight holding a crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want with a hunk of glass?
I don't know. That's the problem.
What's wrong, boy?
It's not a crystal ball. It all came together in my head. What the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript. It's a lens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Смотрите, можно пойти туда, можно пойти туда. Рыцарь в рукописи держит не хрустальный шар, это линза, которую Клаузнер нашел в Марибе. Угу.
The stand had kebabs dangling from the canopy. As a marketing device, it lacked something. The stallholder's face wasn't a great ad for running a kebab stand. Hi, what's your name, sir?
Hello, you buy kebab. Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of this, sir?
You buy kebab. Yum, most good.
Most good.
What do you think of this?
Buy kebab? Come to eat?
What do you make of this, sir?
You buy kebab. Yum, most good.
I'd value your opinion on this, sir.
Nah, you buy kebab. None?
Does this mean anything to you?
No, you buy kebab.
I'd value your opinion on this, sir.
Nah, you buy kebab. None?
I'd value your opinion on this, sir.
Nah, you buy kebab. None?
What do you think of this?
Buy kebab? Come to eat?
Понятно, он на все темы говорит
What do you make of this,
приблизительно
sir?
одно и то же.
You buy kebab. Yum, most good.
Покупай кебаб.
Well, goodbye. Have a nice day.
Most good.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts that seemed to be from a stripped-down printing press. I couldn't imagine where they'd come from, or who'd want them.
Туда вот дальше не пройти. Так, это жена этого товарища, я правильно понимаю?
How did this guy make a living selling useless old machine parts in the middle of nowhere? It was a guess, but I figured the woman to be an American tourist. Just call me Sherlock. Hello. I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, hi there, handsome. What can I do for you?
Hi, my name's George. I was just...
Well, it certainly is delightful to meet you, George. My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl.
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes, dear?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why, sure, precious.
What does this mean to you?
Gosh, is this some sort of psychological test?
No.
Oh, well, in that case, it's a red ball.
What do you think of this?
Oh, looks scientific. It's a blood pressure thing, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of anybody calling himself Merlin?
Merlin?
No, Merlin. Merlin. There's an O in there.
Moulin?
You haven't, have you?
No, darling. No Moulin.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You're a philommenist?
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, George, now you're teasing.
Do you know what this is?
Lord, no. It looks painful, though.
It's a sewer key.
Who'd want to break into a sewer?
I liked her too much to zap her with the buzzer. What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Oh, it's grease paint. I thought somebody had gaudy taste in makeup.
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
No, not really. I've got some plaster of Paris.
That's nice, dear.
Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac stand?
Oh, you've met him? His name's Nejo, you know. Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
He might not thank you.
I'm looking for something ancient, you know. Something to impress the folks back home. The poor boy was trying to do his best, but we still haven't found anything.
I've been talking to your husband, Dwayne.
Oh.
Yeah, he tells me that he runs a greeting card company and you write the poems that go in them.
Oh, yes, indeed. I consider myself the artiste of the family. Tell me, George, would you like to hear one of my poems?
Ну, давай.
Yes, go on then.
Okay then, darling, here we go. Our sympathy upon this time, when your heart doth break.
I like the doth.
Classy, isn't it? We know the grief that must entail when your schnauzer gets bitten by a snake. Ah, it still touches me. What do you think, George?
It's very specific, isn't it?
You think so? We sell a lot of those, dear.
Have you ever heard of a group of knights called the Templars?
Sounds familiar. I remember. Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else, I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of hooey to me.
So, tell me a little about yourself, Pearl.
Me? Oh, a gentleman's interest is always so flattering. Well, my husband and I run a greetings card company in a cute little place called Akron in Ohio.
Akron? Cute? Little? You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a medical discharge. Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry, Pearl.
Don't worry yourself, George. We live with it.
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do a little needlework, but gosh.
It's okay. It was a long shot. I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
Так, ладно, со всеми поговорили. Ну, особо сильно ситуацию это не прояснило. Теперь мы можем либо пойти вдаль, вот туда, к воротам, либо сюда подняться по лесенке. Давайте начнем с лесенки. Так, здесь у нас какой-то торговец с коврами, по всей видимости. Так. То есть здесь тупиковая штука. Дальше пройти нельзя, да? Угу.
The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs.
Как бы ты их вез-то, интересно.
It was the pattern. I'd seen that pattern somewhere recently.
На спичечном коробке ты его видел.
The carpet seller looked craftier than the offspring of a fox and an insurance agent.
Muruba! Hello, sir!
What do you think of this?
Hello, sir! Lovely carpet!
What do you think of this?
Hello, sir! Lovely carpet!
Ты такой же, как этот, что ли? Торговец с кебабами?
Yes, yes! Carpets, yes?
What do you think of this?
Hello, sir! Lovely carpet!
Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, yes! Carpets, yes?
Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, yes! Carpets, yes?
Yes, yes.
What do you think of this?
Hello, sir! Lovely carpet!
What do you think of this?
Lovely carpets, yes!
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Ah! Give to me! Give to me! Alamut!
Опа. Вот тебе и тупик.
Many beneficent greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no. And again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No. I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of shag. I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see where this is going.
I am Ultar, taxi driver and luxury guide per excellent. Yes.
This I had to hear.
Where does your heart desire to go? Simply mention the name to your obedient servant, and we shall fly there, swift as the eagle.
Oh, well, I don't really want to leave Marib yet, but I'm sure that if I do, you'll be the first to know.
Is good. You know where you want to go, you come to Ultar.
Thanks. See you around, Ultar.
Be having a pleasant day, full of shining experiences and happiness, my friend.
I don't know why, but I felt like I could trust this guy.
Так, что еще здесь есть? Дверь.
The outside of the ornate spittoon was beautiful. The inside wasn't. I hadn't felt a need to spit since I was 12.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I'd wanted to spit, my mouth was too dry. Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry? Did you say something?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't understand a word of it.
Давай с таксистом поговорим еще раз, потом с барменом.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
What do you think of this ball?
Is most splendid, mister.
What do you think of this?
Is gadget.
It's a blood pressure gauge.
Blood pressure gauge. Is what Ultar said.
Maybe not. This is a key for lifting manhole covers.
You carry some strange stuff with you, mister.
Shake my hand, Ultar.
Ha ha! Remind me of thing that happened month ago. Maybe 6. Man come up to Ultar, say, shake hands, Ultar. But man have electric buzz thing in his hand. Ha ha! How we laughed! Then I broke his arms.
I didn't think electrocuting the big Syrian was a good idea. What does this grease paint stained tissue mean to you?
Nothing. Why? What does grease paint stained tissue mean to you?
Have you seen this man before?
Oh, most certainly. Was here only yesterday.
Here? Yesterday? My God, he's close.
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him?
The killer knew my name. What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 mile out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh, yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of the village to be?
Gee, I don't know, a couple of thousand?
Then I would estimate the membership to be no more than a couple of thousand.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great she-bop band of the 60s.
No, that's not really...
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions. Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed, the management.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes. Come back, it been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No. Ultar use bucket.
What do you think of this plaster?
Not much there. Not enough to make tasteful garden gnome, for example.
How about a really small garden gnome?
Ultar not think so.
Have you met the American couple?
Have Ultar met them? Have Ultar met them? Yes, Ultar have met them.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them wonders of countryside. They say, is there anything ancient? Ultar say, yes, of course. Nature is ancient. They say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen Taxi? Fan belt older than Ozymandias. Ha 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 ha! But they gone.
What do you make of that boy in the market, Nejo?
Nejo? Ha! Ayub's boy is too big for sandals. I speak splendid English and he laugh. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinitive. I say, I split your head if you stay still long enough. Ha 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 ha! Ho 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 ho! Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious. You should be on cable. What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheery up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up, Ultar.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle that falls on the midweek afternoon, whatever that is.
Так, ну так как мы можем сейчас, когда поговорим на эту тему, он нас сразу повезет туда, давайте поговорим с барменом еще перед этим.
See you around, Ultar.
May good fortune follow you, mister.
Hi. Nice club you've got here. I was wondering if you could help me. What? I mean, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
No surprise there, all righty. He says sorry, but he not speak English.
But he didn't say anything.
He not have tongue.
No tongue? What happened?
It was bet.
And he lost.
He won. You should see other chappy. Oh, yes.
Ага, то есть этот не разговаривает у нас. Так, что тут добавили? Так, Хан здесь и спрашивал про меня. Таксист Ультар сказал, что Клаузнер хотел посетить скалу под названием Бычья голова. Нужно ехать туда. Поехали.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah.
What can you tell me about this Bull's Head Hill?
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting. Yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
You need fine luxury guide to take you there in air-conditioned taxi.
Woe is me. Where can I find such a guide?
And Ultar is most luxurious guide for most literally some way, in any direction.
Gee willikers, lucky old me.
Are you desirous of my pleasant and luxuriant service?
All right, let's go.
First, I regret the formalities. A trip to the Bull's Head, 50 Yankee dollars, please.
$50? I don't have $50.
Oh, most unhappy event. Ultar then sorry, but he cannot take you on ride of lifetime.
Hold on, Ultar. Is there nothing I could barter with you?
Word that it was so, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs the muffler doctor. Trading for these things is not possible. My heart weeps for the injustice, but it's box or zip, or unfortunate American.
Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, unfortunate, most extreme. The delights of the Bull's Head Hill then must wait, I fear.
See you around, Ultar.
May good fortune follow you, mister.
Еще попробуем у американцев занять.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Have you met Ultar?
Almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi ride, mister.
Yeah, the cabbie.
Tried to pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off into nowhere.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that. Sounds scenic.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
Heavens, yes. What a big man. Very muscular.
But you didn't go for a ride.
Why, George, you're absolutely the most... Oh, you mean a taxi ride? No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't happen.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No. No, I haven't. Is it nearby?
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful romantic. The Bull's Head Hill.
Темы занять бабки нету. Ладно, пойдем поговорим.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
Пойдем поговорим с пацаном.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
Давай 50 баксов за мяч.
Seriously, do you really think this thing's so great?
Take it away, you tempter!
What do you know about that couple?
Oh, they're American.
Is that all?
The chap's a little odd. As for the lady, it's a funny thing. But I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
Who's the guy selling the kebabs?
Oh, that's Arto. A miserable blighter to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab driver.
Ah, that would have to be Utar, a barbaric sort of chap.
Oh, he's not that bad.
You know how he speaks in Pidgin English? That's how he speaks in Arabic too.
Так, это уже интересно.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Так, и где же мне...
I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios.
Так, и где же мне бабки брать, чтобы таксист отвез? Посмотреть, что там. Давайте посмотрим, что там. Мы туда еще не ходили.
I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
Ага, то есть это выход из города, и он туда идти не хочет.
In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do.
Так. Сейчас, момент.
Hello, sir. Lovely carpet. Ma'a salama.
Угу. Ёршик? Подожди. Серьезно?
Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab? Yes?
Так, а что-то он
Well,
этот...
goodbye. Have a nice day.
Most good.
Так, подожди, а как же у него этот ёршик подрезать, а?
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Have you had any dealings with the kebab seller?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Хотя пацан же за мячик предлагал нам услугу. Может быть, в этот раз он нам поможет? Сейчас отвлечет его как-нибудь, и мы этот ёршик возьмем.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old chap. Maybe? Perhaps?
Maybe what? Perhaps what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant?
This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable...
No, you're right. What would you like?
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom. A globe of delight, a Rubicon spheroid of heavenly pleasure.
You mean the ball, don't you?
A tiny spherular form that barely spans my hand, yet promises hours of amusement.
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
All right, here you go.
Thank you, sir. People say bad things about Americans, but you're okay in my book.
What people? What bad things?
Never mind that now. Remember the brush?
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il ach il kalb.
Il akal kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those honeyed words even unto his delicate ear.
Ну, понятно,
He won't
что...
be able to do enough for you.
Really?
Really.
На самом деле это какой-то...
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Он сказал мне какое-то ругательство. Понятно, пацан, приколист.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab? Yes?
Il akul kalb?
Filthy. Bad. I'll kill you.
Whoa, calm down. I just... Feet, do your thing.
Так, и чё? Он за нами вроде не бежит. А он опять тут стоит, и чё? Так, ладно, сейчас пойдем к пацану. А, пацан, наверное, ёршик утащил, пока мы... Ну, понятно.
What the heck did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justify the means, sir.
Yeah, but I noticed it wasn't your butt that was on the line, though.
They also serve who only stand and wait, sir.
Oh, spare me. Thanks for getting the brush and risking my life to do it.
Anytime. Glad to be of service.
Ладно.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Так, теперь снова идем в бар. Сейчас, наверное, будет что-то типа того. Бармен откроет туалет, таксист скажет, ну, раз мне снова можно будет ходить, как говорится, в туалет с комфортом, а не в ведро, типа, я за это тебя отвезу бесплатно. Ну, мне кажется, что-то типа того будет.
There wasn't much point in trying to launch an in-depth conversation when I couldn't speak Arabic and he couldn't speak. Period. Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet keys as my reward, and stomped off. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning and detergent before go around my, you bend.
He said all that?
Body language account for much, you know. Oh, yes, indeedy.
Так, ключ от туалета. Ну, неужели мы в туалете 50 баксов найдем?
It was a roller towel dispenser. The mirror was as clean as anything else in there. The design of the toilet was a little different from what I was used to, but a toilet chain is a toilet chain all over the world. Oops.
Цепочку надыбали, да?
It was the short length of chain I'd taken from the toilet at the Club Alamut.
Цепочку надыбали, так.
And I thought the French had strange toilets. I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it.
Угу. Так, что ж там нам надо сделать-то? Я это уже все делал. Ну ладно. Нужно еще раз сделать. Но вот это я уже считаю как бы немножко не логика, когда тебя просто тупо заставляют туда-сюда ходить. То есть одно дело, когда ты думаешь, какие предметы с какими совместить, на какую тему правильно поговорить, это круто. Но когда, получается, туда-сюда ходишь... Так, что это такое?
The fall hadn't done the statuette much good. It had lost its arms and gotten pretty chipped. The statuette looked pretty sorry for itself after its fall, chipped with both arms broken off.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
Do you recognize these keys?
No.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
Are you building a bathroom in easy installments?
May I have this statuette? It is broken after all.
Certainly. And when my father deals with that key line for breaking it, you can have a Davy Crockett hat as well.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Сейчас мы будем втирать статуэтку как древность.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you had anything from the kebab stand?
Hey, Evans, no, with my digestion.
What do you think of this toilet chain?
My, but you're a strange one, George.
I've got the keys to a toilet here.
With my digestion, you better keep them handy. But I'm terrible.
Are you interested in antiquities?
Am I? What have you got there, George?
How about this fine statuette?
Oh, George, that'd be ideal, except, I don't know. It looks new, George. You wouldn't be trying to make a fool out of me, would you, George?
Good God, no, Pearl. Nothing could be further from my mind. Do you know what Il Akal Kalb means?
My, sounds romantic.
Yeah, I don't think it is, though.
Она ее
I've
купить.
got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
Может, ее с гипсом надо это?
Maybe not. The grease paint had worked magic. Now it looked like aged marble instead of cheap plaster.
Опа. Смотрите, сколько мы таскали с собой эту замызганную салфетку с гримом, и она, наконец, сыграла свою роль.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
What do you think of this fine piece of ancient statuary?
Oh, Matt, that's just what I've been looking for. Just one thing, though.
Oh?
It looks awful similar to that modern one you showed me.
Ah, well, that's because... You see, that's because the first one I showed you was a modern copy of this one. And I sought out the artist who'd done the copy and bought the original. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, George, how can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive, believe me. Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
Куда ты идешь-то?
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
It means that somewhere somebody can't flush the toilet.
I've got the keys to a toilet here.
Executive washroom?
Not exactly. What do you think of this?
Good gravy. Looks old.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than ours. Looks Roman.
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home? How much do you want, George?
Oh, I couldn't. It's the find of a lifetime. I mean...
$50. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Here you go.
And here you go.
Thanks for the money, Dwayne. This'll come in
Хотя бы
real
на
handy.
соточку
I ought to be
торговался.
thanking you for finding this Roman statuette.
No way.
Так, ладно.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Бабки получили. Теперь можно ехать на Бычью скалу. Надо бы сохраниться, наверное.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
What does Il Akal Kalb mean?
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to Arto.
And Arto come after you with big knife, yes?
Yeah, how did you know?
I know Arto. You tell him in bad Arabic that his kebab's made from dog meat.
I said he was using dog food? No wonder he went crazy.
No. Ultar not mean meat for dog. Ultar mean meat of dog.
Oh. Ew. What does this toilet chain mean to you?
You got brush back so you could steal chain? You sure strange cookie, mister, yes?
Look, I've got the keys to the toilet.
Is this life goal thing I read in GQ?
About Bull's Head Hill.
Are you desirous of seeing this most splendid place?
Well, maybe.
A terrific bargain. Only 50 of your Yankee bucks.
50, huh? Okay, it's a deal. Here's the cash.
Ah, most splendid. As you say, the cash price moolah is correct. Mister, we make with haste.
Where exactly is your taxi? Because the only vehicle I can see around here is an aging Army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah, okay. I'll be along in a minute. It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
Что, реально на грузовике поедем?
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
Поехали.
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes, most assuredly. Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
It looks like an old army truck to me.
Bah! You Americans with your checkerboard caps and your Judd Hershes. You have lost sight of what a taxi should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay already, let's go.
Regrettably not, most esteemed fair. There is a minor problem of a tiny nature. The fan belt has taken it upon itself to break.
So, what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I must wait for a ride to the garage for a replacement.
How long is that gonna take?
1 day, maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how, my friend?
I'll think of something.
Так, это уже интереснее.
Bye for now, Ultar.
May good fortune follow you, mister.
Ну, а тут у этого запчасти
The
разные.
stand was hawking ancient machine parts. He didn't have anything that I needed. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
С этим торговцем самим поговорить нельзя.
I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios. Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
So long, Nijo.
Что, ничего нового?
Sir?
Вообще вот это вот магазин автозапчастей. Но что-то как-то тут...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Здесь тоже ничего нового, да?
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Хотя... Ну, это, конечно, бредятина полная. Даже если там не хлопчатобумажные, а тканевые полотенца, все равно как-то... Ну, видимо... Так, ключи мы оставили. Хотя, наверное, там открыто уже было. Или все равно ключ надо применять?
I knew the door was locked. I'd need the key to get in there. It was a roller towel dispenser.
Ну, а как его оттуда это слямзить? Пам-пам-пам. серьезно. Ну, иногда все гениальное бывает просто. То есть я догадался, что, но не понял элементарно как. Хотя это действительно было элементарно. Ну, как говорится, и на старуху бывает проруху.
It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
Is this any use to you?
My friend, the very thing, yes!
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in two lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes?
Несколько часов спустя. О, кто-то наблюдает. Угу. Сирия, бычья голова. Ну и местечко. Пришлось добывать ёршик, чтобы достать полотенце и починить с его помощью такси. Но я добрался до бычьей головы. Теперь надо искать Клаузнера. Найду его, найду и линзу. Так, давайте сделаем сейвик. Кстати, игра уже на 64% пройдена. Прикольно. Так, отлично. Давайте сделаем стандартный 2-минутный перерывчик. Потом еще продолжим, конечно. Так, что у нас здесь? О. Так, оттуда, я так понимаю, мы пришли. Давайте ветку с дерева возьмем. Раз можно взять, значит, по-любому где-то пригодится.
A young tree grew at the edge of the drop. I'd damaged that tree enough for one day. Centuries of hot days and cold nights had opened a crack in the cliff edge, deep into the living rock. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot. Maybe not. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. Well, that looked really safe. But I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Так. Ну, тут какая-то явно неестественная стена.
Close up, the niche looked somehow artificial. I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there, but hey, what the heck? I was only risking mutilation. No blade took my hand off at the wrist, and no scorpion stung me, for which I was very grateful. But there was something in there, a metal ring, as wide as my hand. I took a firm hold of the ring, tried not to think of death traps, and pulled. Whoa there!
Indiana Jones.
Around the corner, I found the corpse. Oh my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again. Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me. I had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died.
Реально, Клауснер такой под Индиана Джонса, только еще с бутылкой в руке. Так. Ну и каникулы. Заперт в сирийской пещере с трупом. За мной еще и ассасин охотится. Так. Давай смотрим.
I couldn't see any marks of violence, apart from his fingertips being scraped raw, and that seemed self-inflicted. Klausner had been pretty smart to get this far, but he was still dead. Whatever had been in the bottle had been drunk. Klausner must have died of thirst and dehydration. Bullwhips might be handy for exploring ancient ruins, but they're no use when you're trapped in a cave. Klausner clearly fancied himself as a latter-day Indiana Jones. I searched the corpse. No portable phone, no demolition charges, no 5-course meal. You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped. I'd searched Klausner once. There was nothing on his body. I've done more fun things in my life than searching a corpse, but as my life expectancy wasn't great, I figured I should try every new challenge that came my way. I cautiously flicked open the jacket. Hey, what's this? I'd found some kind of lens. A very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball.
Я был прав. Это линза, а не хрустальный шар. И я ее получил. Правда, Клаузнер умер. А я собираюсь повторить его участь. Не слишком удовлетворительный результат. Так, линзу взяли.
It was the lens that I'd found on Klausner's body. There was nothing else in the pouch. I'd searched Klausner once. There was nothing on his body. A stone head bearing 3 bearded faces. It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries. I couldn't think of anything to do with the statue, apart from scaring small children with it. I couldn't take the inscription with me. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In accidenta cita est in ora mundi. Okay, that would have to do. The mouth's opening. It must be Ultar. My God, if he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are! You!
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places. Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden moves, Mr. Stobart. Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You want to look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about. Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
No, nothing.
So, why is this location important? What did the Templars hide here if not an artifact?
Well, there is something, I guess, but you can't move it.
Yes? What is it?
It's a treasure map. Yeah, X marks the spot.
Come now. Do you expect me to believe that?
Yeah, okay. You caught me. But round the corner, there is something in Latin up on the wall.
Latin? Do you remember it, Mr. Stobart?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize.
So what are you going to do?
I regret that we must end this here and now. Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a
dog. Хороший выбор. Блин, и я помню, что по идее один вариант это Game Over. Ну, соответственно, предложит потом загрузить сохранение. Но я не помню даже. Ну, пускай будет. Хотя, по-моему, это неверный вариант. Этот вроде бы оскорбительный, но там будет шанс выжить.
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stobart. A rare breed. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Well... What the heck?
И гада там каскадер. По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part of the experience was Ultar's driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really? Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more if you'd been there.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Mm-hmm.
I brought you a present from Syria.
Oh, Josh, you shouldn't have bothered. What is it?
This.
A necklace. It's rather heavy.
Ethnic craftsmanship at its most rustic.
Oh, of course, I love it.
You do?
It will always remind me of you.
Она реально повелась на цепочку от этого. Но, видимо, она никогда не видела старых туалетов.
Have you any idea what this lens might be used for?
As a magnifying glass, obviously.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. I'd better get back to the quest.
Как незапланированный перерывчик был. Ну, бывает всякое. Как говорится. Дела семейные. Так. Так, я был прав. Это линза. Подожди, это мы уже читали. Так. Снова лицом к лицу с Ханом. На этот раз он пытался меня убить. Но мои рефлексы опытного ниндзя спасли меня. Латинская надпись в пещере — это подсказка, где искать меч Бафомета. Так, сюда мы пойдем. А можно еще в полицейский участок зайти. Смотрите, этот так долго уже отсутствует, инспектор.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
Maybe not. I'd like to report.
Yes, monsieur.
I
see.
Здесь ничего нового.
Could you just...
One looked like a... Their names are...
Здесь,
See you later, Sergeant.
Здесь ничего нового не произошло. Ладно, идем сюда. О, ты вернулся.
You're back.
Oui, I have returned.
Maybe not. Well, I wasn't expecting to see you back here again.
No? Well, it is a strange thing, but I am here on duty.
On duty? But you're just sitting there drinking wine.
No, I am not just drinking wine. I am undercover.
I must be missing something. You're in uniform.
Precisely, monsieur. My cover is that of an indolent, wine-guzzling police officer.
You've got me convinced.
Merci. But in reality, my every muscle is poised, every nerve honed. I am drawn tight, ready to pounce. Bang!
Who or what were you planning to pizzang on?
You must have heard, monsieur, of the terror that is gripping Paris.
You mean the killings? Oh, at last, someone's taken action.
People die every day. No, I am on the trail of Sewer Jacques.
Who?
Sewer Jacques, the terror of the subterranean city. He pops up here, he pops up there. The cops, they seek him everywhere. Is he so hush or beneath the neck? That damned elusive Sewer Jacques.
Bravo, that's very good.
Merci. I was up half the night writing that.
Who is this Sewer Jacques character anyway?
Ah, if we but knew that, we could have him in custody in an hour. But he is cunning to despoil the sewers of our fair city. He has committed many deceptions. He has pretended to be a police officer and deluded a poor war veteran.
Uh-oh.
He has pretended to be a jongleur.
Wow, is that the time?
And an American tourist. What nationality are you, monsieur?
Canadian. Well, gotta go now. See ya. Well, it's not everyone who can say they started an urban myth.
Ну да. Так.
I didn't have time to sit around. Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur. How pleasant to speak to you again.
Have you ever seen anything like this lens?
No, never. The glass seems subtly colored in some way.
Yeah, I've never noticed that before. I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, вот здесь что-то.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack. The lens fitted into the end of the scroll like a hand into a glove.
Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. Hey!
3 элемента линзы нужно вращать так, чтобы внутри круга появилось узнаваемое изображение. Наведите курсор мыши на ручку, чтобы он принял форму руки. Затем перетащите элемент линзы влево или вправо. Когда элементы линзы примут верное положение, Джордж сразу это поймет. Угу. Ну, это 2 рыцаря на одной лошади, я уже это понял, но надо еще их правильно поставить. Так. Допустим. Надо, наверное, повернуть еще.
The distortions came sharply in the look. It was a Knight Templar, burning at the stake. And below him a date in Roman numerals. A Knight Templar burning at the stake. And a date.
Let me see. MCCC That's
1314.
Использовал линзу он в церкви на Монфасон и раскрыл древнюю подсказку на витраже. Казнь Жака де Мале на костре и дата 1314 год. Что это мне дало?
Per disciplinum meum lux videbus.
A Knight Templar burning at the stake. And a date.
Let me see. MCCCXIV. That's
1314. To think of the long centuries that it kept its secret.
Дальше что?
A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. I wondered if this guy had died in combat.
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur. How pleasant to speak to you again.
Is the right-hand window original?
Oui, monsieur.
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a priest?
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That will be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Может быть, табличка, которая там...
In French, English, and German it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the Templars and excommunicated its members on charges of heresy. In the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at the stake on an island in the Seine.
Так, очень интересно.
I think he suspected me of being the mysterious Sieur Jacques, and the last thing I needed at the moment was to be arrested for crimes against public sanitation.
Да, в канализацию мы сейчас не залезем, потому что он сидит и смотрит. Вот в чем проблема. Значит, к Нико возвращаемся. По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
I solved another puzzle.
You did?
Well, I guess I did.
Well, what was it? What's the answer?
1314.
What does that mean?
It was the date when Jacques de Molay was burned, wasn't it?
Of course.
The answer was hidden in a stained glass window. When I looked through the lens, the picture changed. It became a man surrounded by flames.
It seems to me the answers to the Templar puzzles are as cryptic as the clues. Sometimes I wonder if the manuscript isn't an elaborate joke.
The Knights Templar weren't the kind of people to play jokes, were they?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, 2 guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened.
Так нету тут такой темы поговорить про этого.
I'd better get back to the quest.
Значит, в музей надо топать.
Hi, Andre.
Hello, Georgie. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course. Where have you been? Nicole said you were away.
I just returned from Syria.
Syria? On the trail of the Templars?
It's a long story, but I found the bull's head. It was referred to on the manuscript, remember?
Yes, what is it?
A secret cave built into a high cliff face. In the cave, I discovered a map bearing a phrase in Latin. In accidenta cita est in ora mundi.
The island of Britain.
Lies at the edge of the world to the west.
Strange. That map seems to contain a series of pointers.
Like I said, it's a treasure map. What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, oui, pilgrims in their thousands on their way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever since Joshua made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ at one time. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Мы в Испанию теперь отправимся.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of the De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
No. They're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They're probably long dead.
О, больше информации новой нет.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Угу. Поместье де Воскончело. Ну да, в Испанию дальше. Несколько часов спустя. Испания. Поместье де Воскончело. Лабино сказал, что герб рыцаря принадлежит семейству де Воскончело из Коста Калида в Испании. Нужно выяснить, какое отношение имеет семейство де Воскончело к манускрипту.
There was a crotchety old guy watering the lawn. If this garden was all his own work, he was more capable than he looked.
Поговорим с ним сперва. Ты чё нас... Взял Джорджа с ног до головы, полил.
Is this the De Vasconcelos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble.
My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the De Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
What do you make of this?
So that's it. You're a salesman.
If I was hawking medical supplies, I can think of better places to hawk them. This lab pass mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Do you know what this is?
See, I have a similar tool for opening culverts on the estate.
Would you like to shake hands?
I do not think so, senor.
Look at this tissue.
It's a tissue with some greasy muck on it.
Yes, that's right. Do you recognize this man?
No.
Have you got any use for a fistful of plaster?
No.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why?
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
No, she hasn't won the lottery.
A more cunning man might have claimed that she had.
Oh yeah? They might have, might they?
And that more cunning man would have been kicked off the premises. The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
I'll be going for now.
Adios, senor.
Так.
The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section.
Понятно, что он нас туда не пустит. Скорее всего.
Hey, you.
Yeah? What is it?
You would not like it if people just wandered into your home, would you?
Well, no, I guess not.
Then show a little consideration.
Okay. Sorry.
Так. Мы можем туда пройти еще. И что-то сделать с его шлангом, но я хочу еще посмотреть в начале локации. Не было каких-то активных зон.
I'm no student of architecture, but the little building looked old. I wondered if it was some sort of summer house.
Так. Не, здесь выход, и здесь больше вроде ничего такого нету, да? Хорошо.
The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn. The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn.
Ну да.
My hose has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my hose never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my hose has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
Угу. Снять нельзя, чтобы следы преступления устранить. Так.
I love suits of armor. Who doesn't? The armor was about my size. I had a mental vision of putting it on and clanking off to see the Countess, with the gardener hanging hopelessly on the outside trying to stop me. Apart from being stupid and unworkable, it was a great plan.
Ну, говорить с ним не стоит, я думаю. Давай посмотрим, что там. Было неожиданно.
Hey, you. I know you are there, American. All right, you dogs, I'm coming.
It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window, and I didn't. It was a small mirror hanging over the sink. From the scum in the sink, it looked like he shaved there.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please, sit down.
That is not a good idea. That is not a good idea. Maybe not. No way. No way. I know your family's involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for the Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, whatever happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a... You! Why, I'll feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me. Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh.
Come with me.
Hey, senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Похоже, Лабина был прав. Семейство де Воскончело было тесно связано с тамплиерами. И шахматы графини относятся к тому же времени. Какие-то странные эти шахматы. Так.
The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar, man-size in marble. Hanging from the ceiling was a huge yellowed candle. It looked really old and had never been lit. A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. In front of the shrine was a lectern with a Bible on it. On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey! It's a checkerboard! Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern. It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for snuffing out the big candle in the chandelier. High up in the dome were windows. I guessed they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. Now what? There was nothing to snuff. Feeling like an idiot, I put it down again.
Ну, окно закрыть. Так.
May I ask you something?
You may ask.
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry. The filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Injustice is one of them.
Who exactly are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be very proud.
Not 5. 6.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can have no relevance.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will honor my desire not to talk about it.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for now. What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard? Oh, the pattern on the lectern. Purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart,
You cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time we failed to realize that there was a puzzle?
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hose down and listen! Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes, the old chess set! Now hurry!
My, this is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars. Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos? Is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. The bishop envied us our lands and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again.
Шахматы принес.
Lopez, you have the pieces.
Si, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
Ага. Каждую фигуру нужно вставить в соответствующее отверстие. Щелкните по свободной фигуре и посмотрите узор на ее основании. Точно так же можно посмотреть узор на доске, щелкнув мышью на отверстие. Каждую фигуру нужно вставить в отверстие с соответствующим узором. Для этого перетащите фигуру на клетку с отверстием. Если вы попытаетесь вставить фигуру в неподходящее отверстие, она вернется на свое место сбоку. Так. Ну как? Так, короче, зеленый, синий, красный, темно-зеленый. Так, не то. Во, вот это. А мы какое смотрели? Вот это? Так, это на своем месте. Дальше. Красный, синий, зеленый, темно-зеленый. Нет, это не то. Красный, синий. Зеленый, темный. Вот она. Так, здесь. Зеленый, белый, красный, синий. Что-то такое вроде было. Ну, подожди ты. Зеленый, белый, красный, синий. Нет там. Куда ты? Эту давай, сюда. О. Синий, белый, красный, зеленый. Где такая вообще? Это вот. Так. Красный, белый, синий, зеленый. Так, красный, белый, синий, зеленый. Вот она. Здесь что? Зеленый, белый, красный, синий. Так, здесь красный, темно-зеленый, зелено-синий. Красный, зеленый, синий, темно-зеленый.
The square bases fit onto the white pieces. I just had to figure out where to place them.
А, слушай, а эти не это. Ага, с белыми тут уже по-другому. Тут уже не посмотришь. Так. Белая. Здесь, возможно, какая-то знаменитая шахматная комбинация, но я хоть и умею играть в шахматы, но я не скажу, что я в этом спец. То есть, кроме знаменитой сицилианской защиты, мне на ум ничего не приходит. Но это не она, насколько я могу понять. Конечно, в шахматах очень много приемов, много знаменитых партий, которые вошли в историю, но в этом я не силен. То есть, в саму игру шахматы я играть умею, но вот, скажем так, в шахматной истории и терминологии я не силен. Поэтому будем... Приблизительно так, куда? Сюда. Но это не факт, что это правильно. Подожди. Что такое? Нет. Так. Очень интересно. Так.
Bingo. I mean,
О, что-то открылось.
Senor Stobart, look!
What is that? It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
No, Senor Stobart. It is the communion chalice of the De Vasconcelos, missing for almost 700 years.
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure. The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
По возвращении в квартиру Нико.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no. The Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice. But there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess entrusted me with the chalice and the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will. This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother. Is there something going on between you and Labano?
What business is it of yours? We agreed all this, the clown, the Templars, strictly business, remember?
Yeah, but...
So get off my case!
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. Just how long have you known Labano?
André? We met at college. He helped me out when I was a fresher. Showed me around, that sort of thing.
You never told me that before. I thought he was just a working acquaintance.
So he is. I rarely see him these days. You know, he hasn't changed much. A little lesser at the front, perhaps. I'd forgotten how much fun he could be.
I'd better get back to the quest.
Так. Нашел шахматную загадку, которая явно связана с шахматами графини. Когда я рассказал об этом графине, ее лицо буквально засияло. Графиня рассказала мне о пропавшем рыцаре Доне Карлосе де Воскончелло и о его конфликте с церковью после распуска тамплиеров. Дон Карлос вернулся из поездки и узнал, что его слугу убили, а его дети пропали. Обезумев от горя, он искал своих детей вплоть до самой смерти. С тех пор над семейством де Воскончелло тяготеет проклятие. Мой невероятный ум решил очередную головоломку, я нашел кубок тамплиеров. Теперь нужно вернуться в Париж и показать его Нико. Пообещал графине узнать, что случилось с Доном Карлосом. Мне кажется, что все это так или иначе связано между собой. Итак, у меня есть кубок. Пора воспользоваться ирландской подсказкой и исследовать Монфассон. Опять Монфассон? Серьезно? Так, а тут у нас что? Чисто ради интереса. Только Франция доступна, да? Понятно. Ну, Монфасон так Монфасон.
I think he suspected me of being the mysterious Sewer Jacques, and the last thing I needed at the moment was to be arrested for crimes against public sanitation.
Только что я здесь сделаю? Кубок? А куда я его поставлю? Может, со священником еще раз поговорить?
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur. How pleasant to speak to you again.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly looks very old.
About as old as this church, I think.
There seems to be an engraving on it.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know. It is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
That'd be very good of you.
This shouldn't take very long. Feel free to look around.
Okay, thanks.
A knight, there in the company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess.
Может, здесь Дон Карлос? В одной из этих гробниц?
A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work.
Yeah.
A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. I wondered if this guy had died in combat.
Кстати, предметы в инвентаре потихоньку уменьшаются. Ну, я имею в виду количество.
I didn't have time to sit around.
Ну как это, не было времени рассиживаться, если мы все равно ждем, пока он наполирует.
A statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. The Templars were demonstrating a pretty good grasp of physics. If the dissolution hadn't happened, we'd have had cold fusion power last century. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
Ну а что я туда вставлю? Ну не гипс же в самом деле. Так, вроде блестит у него уже кубок в руках, я смотрю.
Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure, monsieur.
What was the writing on the chalice?
It was not writing, my mistake. It was a coat of arms. The remarkable thing is that it seems very familiar.
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it on that wall tomb in the far corner. That winged horse is quite distinctive.
Boy, what a shine you got on this.
Merci. It is all in the wrist action.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, говорит, какая-то гробница в углу. Ну, походу, Дон Карлос действительно где-то здесь будет.
Now that my attention had been drawn to it, there was no mistake. There was no name on it. But the coat of arms was undeniably the Pegasus of the De Vasconcelos family. I'd found the last resting place of Don Carlos. My eye was drawn to the biblical references carved into the edge of the tomb. Hey, maybe these biblical references mean something.
Ох, ё-моё. На гробнице рыцаря вырезаны беспорядочные буквы. Вы должны найти ссылки на цитаты из Библии. Название книги, глава, стих и римскими... Так, название книги, глава и стих римскими цифрами. Например, Евангелие от Луки, глава 8, стих 2, было бы обозначено следующим образом. Лука 8 плюс 2. Ага. Да. Вы должны найти и выделить все ссылки. Если выделить ссылку целиком, буквы останутся... Если вы выделите ссылку целиком, буквы останутся подсвеченными. В противном случае они погаснут, как только ссылка будет выделена. Джордж прочтет ее. Угу. Так. Псалмы. Вот так вот, что ли? Подожди, а что-то он не выделяется. Вот точно, вот псалмы.
Psalms 22:21. Not much to go on, but it must have meant something. If I examine the two more closely, there might be other clues to find.
Так, псалмы нашли. Ах. Глава 12, стих 21. Так, что еще здесь есть? Вот еще псалмы.
Psalms 32:7. The numbers refer to a chapter and a verse in the Bible.
Рекс Мунди это немножко другое уже. Коринфянам. Вот.
Corinthians 14:5.
Так. Что еще у нас тут есть? Так. Что-то же еще есть. Карпе. Так, что-то я тут уже названий псалмов, названий библейских составляющих. Так, подожди. Так, Шалема, Адма. Подожди, а может они еще как-то вот так вдоль могут быть написаны, не? Может, вот это все-таки? Нет. Ну, это просто латинская фраза. Экс мунди. А чё за хоррибиллис? Horribles. Ужаснейший. Что-то такой книги я в Библии-то не припоминаю. Но оно не выделяется, собственно говоря. Так, что-то я застрял. Не, серьезно. Как-то вот псалмы две сразу нашел, потом нашел к Коринфянам. Но явно что-то есть еще, потому что мне кажется, если бы мы нашли все и выделили все, что было возможно, то головоломка уже бы считалась решенной. Так. Неужели еще как-то в длину? Ну Ну, тут как-то они неровно буквы стоят, поэтому что ж тут? Змейкой, что ли, еще водить? Вот здесь тоже можно выделять, серьезно? Подожди. Три мы нашли. Ну, что-то здесь есть еще. Анну Сдавова. Да-да. X-Ray, да, уже чуть-чуть я только здесь не вижу среди этих букв. Так. Такое. Четыре ссылки, то есть 3 мы нашли, одну какую-то не можем найти. Да псалмы-то мы нашли. Иоанн. Как мы Иоанна проглядели, погоди. И Иоанн. Где здесь Иоанн? Слушай, я не вижу, где здесь Иоанн написан. Реально, что ли, как-то петлять нужно? Подожди. Так. Как она пишется еще раз? Ну, Иоанн, он же Джон, да. Джон, он же Иоанн. 4:11. Блин, я не вижу. Серьезно? Мне что, прям по буковкам выводить? Допустим, там... Ну, я же думаю, это же бред по буковке по одной выводить. В разных местах. Так, а где он их? Подожди, Джон нашел. Джон. Угу. А как 4:11 вывести? То есть даже тот случай, когда даже подсказка дословная. То есть мы знаем, какую 4-ю ссылку нужно искать. Вот. Но мы... Ну, Джон мы нашли. Но что-то как-то оно не выводится. Джон... Ну, 4.11. Джон есть. 4.11 нету. Или ты предлагаешь как-то вот так наоборот, что ли? Может, еще где Джон есть? Еще Джей. Нет, здесь нет. Так. Ну, здесь не клеится. $4.11. Охренеть. Тут, в принципе, ну вот 4, допустим. Ну какой толк от них здесь? Слушай, что за прикол? Джон, ну, 4.11. Они с цифрами здесь что напутали? Ну, вот есть Джон. Так. Блин, ну вот 3 ссылки прям легко нашли даже своими силами. Как этого Джона-то сюда? Ну, Джон есть. Ну ладно, выдели мне хотя бы Джона. Мне даже Джона не выделяют. Не, ну смех смехом. В других-то местах нету этого Джона. Ты только как-нибудь наискосок там. Ну, а N-то все равно нет. Вот туда. Это бред уже получается. Конечно, тут такими зигзагами выводить. Тут что угодно можно вывести. Даже Анну с 2 N. Так, ну-ка. Мне кажется, они там что-то в подсказке с цифрами напутали. Вот Джон. Какие к нему цифры? Етить, колотить. Замечательно. Сейчас не хватало еще полночи над загадкой просидеть. Притом даже не над всей загадкой, а над одной из 4 фраз, которую мы не можем найти. Так как-нибудь. Тоже нет. Ой, Джон. Что-то как-то ты, Джон, прям это... А тут вывести-то... А прикиньте, реально, ну где, ну как? Тут их Джета вот тут Джон есть. Вот еще одна. Здесь Джо и все, дальше уже нет. Вот еще одна Джо, и дальше опять уже нет. То есть единственное место, где вот оно Джон. Ну каким образом у них там 4.11 вырисовывалось вообще? Если бы оно, к примеру, раз, да, там Джон выделил, оно подсветилось, а цифры мы набираем отдельно. Так нет же, получается, что... Кстати, подожди, а сколько в сумме они дадут, если так? Найдите и выделите ссылки. Джон, ну, 4.11. Может, 15? Джон 15, ну-ка. Джон... Не катит. А было бы прикольно, правда? Так. Это уже прям очень интересно. Ух. Ну тут реально, то ли я туплю уже под поздний час, хотя час это для меня еще не такой уж и поздний час. То ли что-то еще не так. Так. Ну как здесь еще по-другому может быть? Может там неправильно... Ну ладно, допустим, подсказку, если чисто теоретически могли перевести неправильно. Хорошо. Ну, я имею в виду на русский язык. Но в целом-то вот Джона-то мы нашли. Да неужели?
But a series of Roman numerals ran around the plaque. I made a note in case they meant something.
Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1:4-5, and just one more, Psalms 22:21. I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel trap. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence to me. After all, the de Vasconcellos arms were already on the manuscript. Nope, I was still convinced that the chalice had some significance all of its own.
Так. Попросил священника в церкви на Монфосон почистить кубок графини. Он обнаружил, что герб на нем совпадает с гербом на гробнице в его церкви. Пегас семейства де Васкончелло. По краям надписи были изображены числа. 14, 27 сверху, 6 и... Блин, забыл, что L означает. 130... Да, по-моему, 131. Слева, 3,1 справа. И 17, 12 и 25 внизу. Так, а что мне это дает? Может, надо с священником опять поговорить? Да, с этим Джоном прям...
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur. How pleasant to speak to you again.
А с ним только насчет витража можно поговорить.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church.
Oh, man.
Oui.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, ну в любом случае надо сохраниться, как бы там ни было. Так, а что же мне дают эти цифры вообще? Ну... К Марии вернуться? Серьезно? Так, ладно. Но это нелогично. Посетить музей еще раз. Я предполагал, что надо будет вернуться к этой... К Марии. О, к графине. Все, уже заговорился. Ладно, в музей так в музей.
Hi, Andre. Hello, Georgie. Maybe not. While I was in Syria, I discovered a strange pagan statue. It was like a head with 3 bearded faces. Horrible.
That sounds as if it could be Baphomet, the idol described by the Templars.
The poor Knights of Christ had an idol that looked like that?
Allegedly. The description of the idol came from the evidence extracted by the Inquisition. Mind you, not one statue or idol was ever found on Templar property. Until now, that is. Just last month, a statue of Baphomet was unearthed right here in Paris.
Where?
At the Institut Hermétique de Naval. The statue is beneath the foundations. It was discovered by some workmen while renovating the building.
Can you tell me any more about the statue of Baphomet?
It's a fearful image, even now. A bearded head. The base of the statue is carved with Templar symbols. One of the workmen noticed a curious stain at the base. He claimed it looked like blood.
Blood?
That's right.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Ну, то есть, смотрите, получается, после приключений в Сирии, он почему сразу у него не спросил на все темы? Нет. Мы вначале с ним говорим насчет кубка, потом идем с кубком, решаем, грубо говоря, вопрос. И потом мы возвращаемся и спрашиваем только после этого про то, что уже и так было увидено в Сирии. Ну, странно немного, согласитесь. Похоже, трехликое чудище из сирийской пещеры — это и есть Бафомет. Лабина говорит, недавно в оккультном институте Денерваль обнаружили статую Бафомета, и на ней кишмя кишат символы тамплиеров. У нас новое место появилось теперь на карте. Раскопки Бафомета. Ну да. Так, ну вот мы пришли на локацию.
Oh, darn. I'd left my grappling hook at home. No way could I get up there. There was a dumpster full of debris. From the excavation, I guessed.
Hey, you! Get away from that dumpster.
Okay.
У него ведро еще висит какое-то.
The painter had a pot of gunmetal gray primer hanging from the barrier.
Hey, monsieur! Get away from my paint pot!
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's paint pot.
The painter didn't seem to regard the painting as too important. Not as important as a cigarette break, anyway. Excuse me, could you help me?
What is it?
I've got a few questions. Has a guy calling himself Merlin been nosing around?
Was he wearing a t-shirt with "My name is Merlin" on it?
I doubt it.
Then how the hell am I supposed to know his name just by looking at him? Huh?
I've got a sewer key.
I used to work in the sewer.
Oh? What happened?
I had a cigarette break in a pocket of methane. A manhole cover landed on the other side of the Seine and I was sacked.
I was pretty sure the shaken shock had shot its bolt in Syria.
A greasy tissue. Don't get it too close to my cigarette, monsieur, or there'll be a conflagration.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes, it's a communion chalice. I know, you know, I used to be an altar boy.
You?
Yes, me. What's so funny about that?
Nothing. Have you seen this man before?
Yes, he asked me a lot of questions, just like you.
I have some plaster of Paris.
Amazing.
What does the word Templar suggest to you?
Templar?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You're doing a fine job.
Merci. I have my professional pride.
I don't think I've ever seen a Gauloise smoke so stylishly.
It's a natural talent.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm being indifferent.
You're very good at that as well.
Merci. Vive l'indifférence.
So, what are you doing here?
I am having my break.
Yeah, I mean when you finish your break.
When I finish my break? An interesting concept, monsieur.
You'll probably need to think about it.
I could have another cigarette while I consider. Perhaps tomorrow too.
Okay, let me put things differently. What were you hired to do here?
I was hired to keep the archaeological dig in the basement of this building clear of debris and to touch up damage to the door frames with my little pot of paint. It's a very responsible job. Unfortunately, I'm not a very responsible person.
So what do you know about the excavation?
I know they won't let me in to do my job. I would complain to my union, but
You couldn't be bothered to join.
Right. Tell you what, though, I'm surprised at the sort of people interested in this excavation.
What's unusual about the visitors to the excavation?
None of them look like archaeologists to me.
Do you know what an archaeologist looks like?
Three-piece suits, crocodile-eyed attaché cases, Rolex oyster.
But no archaeologist dresses like that.
Quite right, monsieur, quite right.
So, who are they?
Who cares as long as they pay me?
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Не особо информативно. Так, можно зайти туда. А, собственно говоря, больше, ну, в баке он мне не дает покопаться. Даже с локации выйти нельзя, что интересно. О!
A thermostat was mounted over a radiator. The radiator was pumping out heat as the thermostat was cranked right over to full. No wonder it was warm in here, even with the door open to the chill of fall. I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial. The doorway was full of assorted old tea chests, cardboard boxes, and so on, all empty and all uninteresting. The doorway led to an old utility closet that had lost its door. There was nothing interesting in there. I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half bricks. There was a telephone on the far wall. A guard stood by a door I guessed led to the excavation. He looked pretty pompous. Well, not so much pretty, just pompous.
Он по-любому не даст нам двери открывать.
There was a closed door with toilet scratched into the cheap veneer.
That door's locked, monsieur.
Hi? Excuse me?
Oui?
Do you recognize this name?
Merlin. Non?
This gadget is a sewer key.
So it is.
No. Look, a tissue stained with grease paint.
Ah, just what I've always wanted. If you give me that, you can enter through the door.
Really?
Of course not. What would I want with an old tissue?
I thought better of showing him the chalice. He might be on the conspiracy's payroll, and I didn't want to risk it.
Oui? You have...
A sudden urge to sing. Care to join me?
No, no singing in here.
Have you seen this man before?
Oh.
You have?
No.
I got this plaster from Ireland.
Not an exciting souvenir.
I'd like to use the washroom, but the door's locked.
Oh, that's no problem. You can have the key.
Thanks.
Угу. Еще я с ним договорили. Давайте сходим в уборную. Потом поговорим с ним еще. Какая интересная уборная.
Being in a charming comfort station like this made me think fondly of the toilet in Syria. That place was kept in pretty good order. At least, it had been until I vandalized it. Still, it was all for a good cause. On the wall was an automatic hand dryer. I wasn't about to wash my hands in this place, so I didn't need to dry them. Oh boy! Dirty soap! How do they do that? Oh boy! Dirty soap! How do they do that? On the wall was an automatic hand dryer.
Да?
Perhaps I could make a copy of the key. The key had made a clear imprint in the soap. The bar of soap had the imprint of a key in it. I knew keeping that plaster was a good idea. With the plaster and the imprint, I was on the right lines. I had filled the key's imprint in the soap with dry plaster. You can't make a cast without wetting the plaster. But wet plaster alone does not make a cast. I used the dryer to speed up the process. Well, it had taken a while, but I had made myself a completely unconvincing plaster key, way too fragile to use in a lock. I'd have to substitute it for the real one. The trouble was, it looked like plaster and not metal. Then again, that plaster statue in Syria hadn't looked like stone until I'd been a bit artful with it. Maybe I could improve the key as well. The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it. I didn't want any coal.
Не нужен, да? Ну ладно.
Maybe not.
В смысле нет?
Maybe not. It was my plaster copy of the excavation key. Trouble was, it looked like plaster, and it felt like plaster.
Ну, так, ну, в прошлый раз ты сам сказал, что вот, типа, статуэтка туда-сюда.
Maybe not.
А что ты с ним еще хочешь делать?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Можешь смочить эту?
I didn't need to use the soap again.
Ага. Как же я его заменю? Статуэтку мы просто салфеткой тогда обмазали. Ведь он же сейчас, когда вспоминал, сказал, что типа вот. Может, наоборот, ключ на салфетку.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Так, это уже интереснее.
The doorway led to an old... There was nothing in... I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved. I couldn't get to the door while the guard was there.
Так, ну-ка.
Hi again.
What is it?
It sure is hot in here.
I have to have the door open to allow the workmen access, so why not? I turn the heat up.
You could wrap up warm.
I have my gloves if it gets cold, but why bother when it's warm anyway?
What do you know about the Knights Templar? There was a long pause during which the guard said nothing. Then he said,
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Is this a test?
What, like a history pop test?
No, like a test.
Okay, yes, it's a test.
Then I know absolutely nothing about the Templars.
The guard was being amazingly evasive. It was going to take more than goodwill to get past him. So, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm guarding. You expect to find me shearing sheep?
Take it easy, I just didn't realize you were a guard. I'd like to know what you're guarding, please.
That's a secret.
It wouldn't happen to be an archaeological site, would it?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
Then why ask?
I had a feeling this was no normal hole in the ground. Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Так, ну-ка посмотрим, что здесь изменилось.
The door was locked.
Подожди, у меня ж ключ с собой еще. Ты же ее не закрывал. Каким боком она закрылась?
The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it.
Угу. Так, с ключами он, наверное, нас не отпустит, да?
Monsieur, don't go with my keys.
Ладно, отдай ему ключи. Пока.
Hi again.
What is it?
Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Сейчас пойдем с рабочим там, походу, что-то мутить.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
А, вот же у него бронзовая краска. Но он же нас к ней не подпускает. Вот в чем вся проблема.
Hi, it's me again.
What now?
I made this key out of plaster.
A threading? How clever! How pointless.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur. Hey, monsieur! Get away from my paint pot!
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's paint pot. Pah!
Это уже интереснее.
Hey, you! Get away from my dumpster.
Okay.
Угу. Ну, это я понял. А что это даст?
Do you mind if I use the phone?
Be my guest. I'm paid to guard this door. The phone can look after itself.
Coulard.
Hello, Nico. It's me.
Hi, Georges. What's happening?
I'm at the excavation, but they won't let me in.
Damn. We need to know what's in there.
Don't worry. I've got a scheme. I'm going to need your help, though.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I want you to keep somebody on the phone for a while.
Who?
A painter. I need to get at his pot.
Oh, okay.
Stay on the line. I'll go and get him. Hi, it's me again.
What now?
You've got a phone call.
For me? Are you certain?
It's a woman. She sounded hot.
What woman? She must be mistaken, monsieur.
Well, she asked for that hunk of a man with the nicotine fingers in his ass hanging out of his pants.
Certainly sounds like me. Stand back. It wouldn't do to keep the lady from her hunk.
Ладно.
The plaster key had soaked up the paint nicely, and now looked pretty convincing. Still felt like plaster, though. Maybe not.
Подожди, мы же еще в ящике можем порыться, ну-ка.
A well-used wheelbarrow was sitting by the rubble-filled dumpster. A well-used wheelbarrow was sitting by the rubble-filled dumpster.
Я понял. Он там не роется.
Well, monsieur, what a strange woman. She was all over me and then suddenly, nothing but abuse.
Really?
Why, abuse. Ah well, I have a cigarette to finish. And monsieur, if she calls again, I am not available.
А с ключом что-то еще надо, получается, сделать. Ну что?
I turned the heating off.
Подожди, мне ж ключ нужно вначале.
As I'd hoped, the guard put his gloves on.
Чтобы он типа на ощупь, я понял. Сейчас надо у него снова ключи взять.
Hi again.
What is it?
I need to use the toilet again.
Again? Already?
I have this problem. How technical do you want me to get?
Never mind. Here's the key.
Угу. Ну, сейчас мы, чтобы, типа, красиво, чтобы не палиться, там поменяем ключи внутри. Так, уголь нам точно не нужен?
I didn't want any coal.
Так, давай менять ключи.
Now, I'd substituted the fake key for the excavation key. It looked okay, but felt false.
Угу.
It was the key to the excavation.
Я понял.
Hi again.
What is it?
I held my breath and hoped that he wouldn't notice the substitution. Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Так, ладно.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
А теперь как его оттуда убрать? Вот очень интересно. Кстати, на сколько там сейчас процентов? 85%.
I'd turned the thermostat all the way down. It was getting pretty chilly. The doorway led to an old utility closet that had lost its door. There was nothing interesting in there.
Может, опять Нико позвонить? Пускай теперь охранника отключат.
Hi, Nico. It's me again.
I'd guessed. What do you want this time?
What did you say to the painter?
I shan't repeat it, Josh.
Look, I need to get the guard out of the way. Could you call back and ask him to get the painter again?
Okay, I'll call back soon.
This looked like a good place to watch things develop.
Hey, you! It's the fun!
Yeah, who is it?
How should I know? What am I, your social secretary?
It's not a chick, is it?
Yes, it's a woman. Are you going to answer it?
Does she have a warm, sensual voice like molten chocolate?
Yes, she has a really sexy voice. Now get a move on.
I'm not talking to her.
I can see that. You're wasting time talking to me.
No, you don't understand. I refuse to talk to her.
You refuse? You refuse? I'm wasting valuable time.
Don't make me laugh. Your time valuable? You just stand around all day.
I have a highly responsible job. Don't me, you elephantine oaf. My job is important.
Impossible. They would have hired somebody competent in that case.
Meaning what?
Instead of which they hired a dismal rent-a-cop like you. All epaulettes and no brains.
Why, you...
This looked set to carry on for some time. It was too good an opportunity to miss.
Угу.
I couldn't see anything useful to do with the planks. There was no doubt about it. It was the same sort of idol I'd seen in Syria, Baphomet. The Templars had certainly been through here. Close up, the pattern didn't make any sort of sense. It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side.
И что мне сюда применить? Кубок.
There it was, decoded by the curves of the chalice, the image of a church.
Возвращение в квартиру Нико.
I found out what the chalice was for.
You've solved the puzzle?
Yeah, there was a distorted picture at the Baphomet site. When I viewed it in the polished surface of the chalice, it changed.
What did it show?
A picture of a church with a square tower. No way. Look at the chalice now, Nico.
What happened? It's shiny.
The priest at Montfaucon buffed it up for me.
That's incredible.
Yeah, looks as good as new.
No, you found a use for a priest. That's incredible.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has three hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. I guess I'd better return the chalice to the Countess.
Hurry back, Georges.
Похоже, трехликое чудище из сирийской пещеры — это и есть Бафомет. Лабина говорит, недавно в оккультном институте Денерваль обнаружили статую Бафомета, и на ней кишмя кишат, символы тамплиеров. Это мы уже читали. Париж, раскопки Бафомета. Наконец-то пробрался мимо охранника на раскопки Бафомета. Узнал, для чего нужен кубок. Следуя подсказкам, полученным в Сирии и Испании, поставил кубок перед статуей Бафомета и увидел на его поверхности отражение церкви. Так, в Испанию. Несколько часов спустя. Сейчас опять обольет его. Джордж помылся.
Hi there, Lopez. How's tricks?
Senor Stobart, how pleasant to see you. You are well.
Fine, thanks. Is the Countess in?
She is waiting for you. I will show you up.
It's okay, I know the way.
Senor Stobart, I feel I owe you an apology.
No, you don't.
I was impolite on our first meeting.
Look, Lopez, just forget about it. I came on like a snake oil merchant. I wouldn't have trusted me in your shoes.
You do not understand. Finding the chalice has given my lady a new lease of life. It's a marvel. She smiles, she laughs. The tradesmen are saying that she is on Prozac.
No way. What's the story behind the chalice vanishing?
When the Inquisition raided, in the absence of Don Carlos, it was believed that they had taken it. Naturally, they denied the charge, as they denied taking the children. And naturally, nobody believed them.
But they were telling the truth. The chalice was hidden from them. You don't suppose they were telling the truth about the children as well, do you?
Madre de Dios! I had not thought of that. But then what happened to them?
I don't know. If the Inquisition didn't take them, then who did?
You must speak to my lady of these.
Count on it. So the Countess feels that the curse is lifted.
I would not put it so strongly. Your discovery of the chalice was proof that the Templars never abandoned the de Vasconcelos. It counts for a great deal with my lady.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios, Senor Stobart.
Senor Stobart, what a pleasure. Please, sit down.
Hi, Countess. The pleasure's all mine. I've brought back your chalice.
Why? You've had it cleaned.
Yeah, I met an obliging priest with a soft cloth.
Have you resolved the Templar mystery?
No, not yet. I don't even know what it is I'm after.
There are many stories of the knights secreting great wealth away.
Whatever. All I know is I don't want the bad guys to get it.
To be young and live in a world of moral absolutes.
There's still the mystery of the missing chess piece.
I do not think that it will ever be discovered unless the fate of the children is revealed.
The Inquisition were suspected of taking the chalice and the kids, right? We know now they were innocent of the first crime. What if...
They did not take the children either. Then what happened to them?
The Inquisition admitted to killing Don Carlos's manservant. Now, this guy had been told to protect the kids at all costs, right?
That is correct.
I think he hid them and the chalice when he got wind that the Inquisition was coming. With him dead and Don Carlos driven mad with grief, there was nobody left who knew the secret. You know what this means, don't you?
I fear so. The children are still here somewhere. If this is so, then it is small wonder that the de Vasconcelos are cursed.
Замурованные в стену где-нибудь?
I discovered something amazing with that chalice. In Paris, I found a church where they recognized the coat of arms. I found the tomb of Don Carlos de Vasconcelos.
You are sure? There can be no mistake?
The coat of arms on the chalice matches the one on the tomb.
Incredible. You have my most profound thanks. I must go there as soon as possible.
Yeah? Well, I'd be happy to show you the city. There's something else that I discovered carved on Don Carlos's tomb. Biblical references.
What are the references, Senor Stobart?
Psalms 32:7, Corinthians.
I am not a good enough scholar to know the Bible chapter and verse. I meant, what are the quotations?
You know, I forgot to ask the priest. No. Maybe not. That is not a good idea. No.
Ты хочешь сказать, что мы сейчас полетим к священнику, чтобы уточнять?
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
Where is this line of questioning going?
Nowhere helpful. No.
Хотя здесь же в склепе
I'll have a
Библия
look
была.
around if that's okay.
My home is your home. I shall remain here.
Графиня очень обрадовалась, услышав, что я нашел гробницу ее пропавшего предка Дона Карлоса де Васкончело. Да. Но Библия была там, мы ее сняли в этом в склепе с шахматной доски. Может, я не знаю, мы в склеп сейчас можем попасть? Или там опять собаки будут? Так, а с этой стороны мы можем в склеп попасть? Просто там точно была Библия. Если мне придется реально сейчас лететь обратно во Францию, чтобы у священника спросить, как именно... А, нет, смотри, в склеп можно пройти.
The De Vasconcelos Mausoleum, where 5 Templars lie.
На сколько там процентов сейчас? 86. Давайте мы сейчас где-нибудь здесь у входа в склеп встанем. Просто 14% это вроде кажется ничего, немного до начала. Ой, до конца игры. Но это может оказаться и больше, чем мы предполагаем, поэтому вот с таким красивым...
Down below the estate, I could see the sea stretching away. It was a beautiful sight, and looked a lot like the scene from the manuscript.
Вот с таким красивым видом на море мы с вами... Так, Джордж, а ты повернешься? Да, Джорджа не так просто к нам лицом повернуть, ну пускай. Вот такой красивый вид на море. На, пусть даже склеп, но неплохой в архитектуре. Делаем с вами сейвик. Все, отлично. Ну и на этом будем потихонечку завершать нашу трансляцию. Честно говоря, да, у меня еще, наверное, когда время было час или даже около того, у меня было такое подозрение, что а вдруг все-таки успеем допройти. Но когда я вижу на часах 2 часа и вижу отметку прохождения 86%, я понимаю, что 14% они... Может, мы их действительно пройдем за полчаса, а может быть, это затянется там на пару часов, да? И не будем забывать, что это все-таки квест, и возможно, что разработчики приберегли для нас самые тяжелые головоломки, как говорится, от завершения, от финишную прямую. Поэтому все-таки, да, допроходить мы игру будем на следующем стриме. Но если получится, что следующий стрим, да, там, вот как у нас с A Plague Tale Requiem получилось. Мы... Какой, по-моему, 4-й, да, или 3-й стрим. Вроде сидели, вроде до упора, но поняли, что еще много осталось впереди. И решили оставить еще на один стрим. А в результате следующий стрим, финальный, получился там на 1,5 часа буквально. Если здесь получится что-то подобное, ничего страшного. Просто как в тот день может получиться, что будет 2 стрима в один день, да, соответственно, допройдем первый Broken Sword и будем начинать второй. Но не будем загадывать наперед. В любом случае, данная трансляция подошла к своему логическому завершению. Ну а мне остается поблагодарить всех тех, кто присутствовал на данной трансляции в онлайне. Отдельная и постоянная благодарность всем вам за ваши лайки, дизлайки и комментарии под видео и стримами. А трансляцию для вас подготовил и провел Tiazar, он же Максим Бривко. По традиции хочется пожелать всем нам успехов в любых творческих начинаниях, а учитывая достаточно поздний час, хочется также пожелать доброй ночи и приятных сновидений. Ну а мы с вами скоро вновь услышимся. Обязательно где-нибудь то увидимся и все непременно поиграем. До новых встреч, друзья мои. Всех вам благ.